Okay, how's everyone doing today? Um, we've got a decent amount of stuff going on. Um, had a great time with the Halloween party and stuff that I've attended to of my friends. Clearly, you can see that I shaved for it, so um, yeah. There's uh, there's been a uh the CUPE in Ontario for strike and a lot of criticism against Ford for not or for Ford using the no withstanding clause because of course that there would be um and then we also have a new Brazilian president, uh Lula has on the presidency in Brazil, and Bolsonaro has essentially just shut up ever since then. And then uh, we have some more updates with the inquiry of the Emergencies Act, and we also have Elon buying Twitter and the fallout that has had. So yeah, I guess let's just jump into it.
What is your response to the latest offer by QB? Is there any movement?
We've been very clear. We stand ready to negotiate with any willing partner, but they've got to take the strike off the table on Friday. Uh, yes, for parents, I think, who expect their kids to be in school.
So you won't negotiate unless they remove their strike mandate?
We're always willing to talk to the unions. We spoke with them yesterday, but we were really hoping that they would withdraw their strike vote. Their strike on Friday that will affect 2 million kids. They have not done that. As you know, they are confirming that they will proceed with the strike. And I think that's really.
God damn, fucking Ontario politicians sound like fucking American politicians. Like they are very anti-union, anti-strike. Like, come on, bro. Like, no, it's if they're under a union, I would even argue if they're not under a union, they 100% have the right to strike, regardless if their demands are not being met. Yeah, they're going to be going on strike. That's kind of how that works. And like from what I've heard from some teachers and everything on that, like the that live in Ontario and everything, it's like going online or just going around online and everything. It's just like no, you know, they would rather have like a day or so of like kids not getting education so that they can have better quality wages, like whether that be in the form of EA, secretary, um, custodians, etc., as well as like, having them get better wages, not just the teachers on top of that. Uh, but you also have, you know, you have like it's so stupid. Like no, they they have their right to strike. Like it doesn't matter what like side of the political aisle you are or whatever the fuck you call it. Like you should 100% be in support of strikes because it actually makes the fucking authority listen to you because they recognize that without those people working everything, that's going to hurt their supply chain will ultimately hurt their profit margins. And it's the same thing with the education sector as well, even though at least when it comes to K to 8 or K to 12, sorry, no, it's still public sector, but that doesn't matter. Public sector workers tend to be unionized and tend to go on strike more because they aren't afraid of losing their job from going on strike comparatively to a private corporation. But no, like, it's like everything like surrounding the entire thing is just completely ridiculous. Like the no clause shit that was popping off that Doug Ford did. Like, no, it's ridiculous.
Unfair. The reason why we introduced legislation is because the worst case scenario is that they proceed with the strike even after we offered a better deal. And that seems to...
That's another thing about striking, is striking has an inherent power to it that, if the demands aren't being met, either by the union or by the workers, if it's a non-union led strike, then they can still essentially like halt whatever it is that they're doing. In this case, teaching the children, which I think teachers are severely underpaid in Canada. It's pathetic that that we don't pay them more, and like teachers essentially have to get a second job doing like fucking Uber Eats or some shit because they can't afford, on their salary they can't afford like everything that they need. So no, like, it's, if their demands haven't been met on the side of the government, then that is 100% on the government's fault. It doesn't matter, like, because they'll be crying about it either way, because either they'll have to raise the wages of those who are on strike, or they'll just go on strike and stop everything.
To be their intention today. And they had a choice before them. They, of course, could have said, we will withdraw the strike vote to permit continued negotiating, to try to get to a voluntary settlement. Now, we'll always be ready and willing to work with any union to get a deal, but we will not accept a strike.
The funny thing is that like the Ontario Conservatives are like very anti-union. Like we see that like not just in Ontario. Like the Conservatives are very, very like anti-union, regardless of which province you go to. Like it's the same shit in fucking Alberta. It's the same shit in it's the same shit in Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. And it also doesn't really help that the fucking conservative premiers also tend to strip the labor rights that were granted to the Canadian working class during like it was like the 60s or so or whatever. Like it's pathetic. Like libs will at least like fucking uphold some shit.
This Friday or any day. And I believe the overwhelming majority of parents insist that their kids are in school. They understand that there's a debate between the parties. They don't think their kids should be the casualty, and I frankly agree.
This legislation you ran... Minister, are you really going to find individual members $4,000 each? Like, I mean, now we've got a situation where the school boards are shutting down the schools.
Right.
So the members can't go into work even if they wanted to. Is there any fairness in that?
Yeah, and here's another thing. Like, not raising the wages of the teachers, EAs, custodians, secretaries, etc. will make more people fucking quit en masse, because why the fuck would they go to school like and better themselves and get and take a job that fucking pays shit and can hardly afford the necessities, let alone being able to pay off their college debt or college or university debt. And you know, once you have like once a vast majority of those walk out or quit or whatever it is, they there's going to be no bodies willing to fill that position. Like I see it in like the area I live in as well. Here in Manitoba, we have a vast majority of people quitting and leaving, and a lot of schooling areas are, or a lot of schools in areas, especially like southern Manitoba, Winnipeg, etc., are very desperate and looking for people to fill those roles, but they haven't been able to fill those roles because those people are demanding more, and their demands are not being met. So I can't necessarily say I blame those who are not willing to take those jobs, despite the fact that I think education is very, very important for a child's development.
The $4,000 fine.
Well, look, we really hope that the penalty elements of the legislation will not have to be used. My hope is that common sense will prevail, that the union will do the reasonable act of withdrawing the threat of a strike that will impact millions of kids after an incredible disruption that has affected their lives. And so I believe and I hope with the 36 hours between now and then, they will withdraw their strike as we've urged them to do, so that we can get back to the business of getting a voluntary deal that protects kids and keeps them in the classroom.
This legislation that you're ramming, won't finding people $4,000 each reflect really poorly on your government? Is that something that the optics that you want out in the public?
I'm cognizant that back to work legislation has always included these types of provisions. What I also know is that what I think parents and the public are quite concerned about is the idea that there would be another strike after 2 years of a pandemic, after strikes that just happened 3 years ago in Ontario. I think...
Well, that's because, their fucking demands during the pandemic weren't being met, dog. Like, what? Like, that's idiotic. Like, teachers in Ontario were expected to go to school, and same thing with students, especially, like, early on during COVID, and, like, a little bit, like, I would say, like, starting post-COVID, when we were still having, like, shit pop off, their demands were not being met, and it's understandable that they went on fucking strike for that. And it's the same shit here. We have rising inflation and rising grocery and gas bills, but wages are being stagnant. And one thing that the fucking union has in this or the one thing that unions have is like organizing a strike in order to make sure that you guys do your fucking job. Like, it's ridiculous.
That is a deep concern for parents of this province who've seen their kids set back because of a great deal of regression in mental and physical health, social, emotional health, and academics. And so my hope is they will withdraw their strike. We're urging them to withdraw the strike and focus on getting a deal that all parties can live with, that keep kids in the classroom. But to date...
Remember when the rail workers went on strike, demanding better pay and shit, and better working conditions, and how fucking quickly they were to like demonize them, as well as being like, well, you're unionized to make a fuck ton of money. Yeah, that, first of all, it doesn't fucking matter. Second of all, we severely rely on the fucking rail workers, and a lot of the time and effort that they put into fucking transport goods across the country. And like, it's the same shit here. Like, they're responsible for teaching the next generation, and if they can't fucking afford like school supplies that they're forced to buy because, you know, the fucking provincial government doesn't want to supply, or wants to supply funds to the schooling system in order for them to get new school supplies and new equipment and electronics and shit to be up to date. No, they have a full right to do so. It's the same thing with their fucking pay too. Like, it's silly.
Randy, right now, the union has reaffirmed their commitment to a strike, and I believe that is entirely unfair to millions of children, and thus the government has no choice.
Okay, but the government is also being severely unfair towards the fucking teachers, custodians, EAs, and shit. Like, come on, bro. Like, you guys are fucking cutting funds towards the you guys are completely cutting funds towards like everything and not fucking doing it so you can privatize the education system even more than what it is. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, you can't just say that it's completely unfair to the kids, despite the fact that, you know, the kids would be better off with, you know, more support in the forms of EAs for, you know, people who have, or for children that, especially in like K to 8, who have disabilities. Like, the more we open up the opportunities for people to get into the education sector, the more beneficial it will be towards the children that desperately need the support that they need from having an EA or you know, this like the technology that they need to, or they could use to make things a lot easier for people with like extreme amounts of like autism. Like, it's so stupid. God, I for government.
But to pursue the legislation. In the absence of moving this legislation through the House on an expedited basis to get there by Thursday, we seek to avoid a strike on Friday. And I believe that is the obligation of a responsible government to say, look, enough.
Then meet their demands.
There is a debate. We can have that debate, but kids shouldn't be the casual.
Debates rarely change people's minds, dog. Debates are just for funsies. Let's be real. Like, the only reason why I watched like leftists that I don't necessarily agree with debate is because I like seeing fucking the other side get fucking owned. Like, it's stupid. Debates don't change anyone's minds, and if you're just gonna fucking debate about it and be like, no, don't go on strike because we said so, like, it's null and void. It's stupid. Like, it's not gonna change anything.
Casualty of the union's disagreement on pay and benefits.
I've heard some of your comments, and I agree. As a parent, I'm deeply frustrated by this minister's intransigence and his complete inability, apparently, to understand how negotiations work. You do not avert...
Bro, he's an idiot. Like, it's blatantly clear that he's not suited for the role. And, like, yeah, she is right. Like, negotiations are there or set in place so, you know, you can fucking negotiate, you know, the benefits and the wages and whatever, like, in order to make both parties happy. And, like, from what I understand, like, the teachers or like the entire like education sector in Ontario wasn't really even asking for all that much, relatively speaking, to what they could, or in my opinion, should be asking for. So, no, yeah, it's just fucking crazy. He's just crying over nothing.
A strike by refusing to come to the table. You avert a strike by bargaining a deal with the workers. We're
Yep.
in a position now where the minister is bound and determined to disrupt our kids' education, despite all of his platitudes about difficult times, most epic times in history. He is the one that is disrupting our children's school year by not coming to the table and negotiating a deal. CUPE came to the table yesterday with a counterproposal, and here's the minister standing here this morning with only 2 days left to ensure that our kids are in school, saying he's not going to negotiate unless CUPE removes the strike from the table.
I mean, why would QP remove the strike though? It doesn't make sense that they would, unless the negotiations like actually went through, but they haven't. So it's psychotic that, you know, you wouldn't fucking go to and just like go through the negotiations and actually discuss them, instead of just fucking crying about it and being like, oh, the children are out of school or whatever the fuck. Like, come on, bro. Just fucking negotiate with the union. It's not hard, and it's at the bare minimum, it's the morally right thing to do.
And in the long term, if the minister is not actually prepared to sit down with these workers to make the investments in the system, then it is our kids that are going to pay the price. It is the kids who are already paying the price for the minister's refusal to invest in the system. It is our kids with disabilities and special needs who are being shared one EA to 6 kids. It is the parents who are sitting outside of our schools so that they can make sure that their children with disabilities can use the bathrooms. It is our kindergartners in classes of over 30 kids who aren't getting the support.
Yeah, and like 30 kids like is like the low end nowadays. Like it can reach up to like 37 or 40, like it's, or even past them. Like it's crazy. Like the amount of, I think the main reason why is because in Canada we tend to look at teachers as like fucking idiots who are like teaching, like idiot liberals who are teaching our fucking children, when comparatively to, say, I don't know, Norway, who looks like they look culturally at teachers as like lawyers or doctors, because, you know, they are very, very important to the next generation of people, right? That they're teaching, you know, the teachers are forming the next generation on like how to do math, English, or French, or excuse me, or whatever. And we just shit on them because we think that, you know, they're not fucking worthy of our time and our fucking energy and shit. Like, we shouldn't give a shit about them. Like, no, it's fucking ridiculous.
That they need and deserve from ECEs. It is the principals and the teachers who are having to fill in for custodians who aren't there. We need the minister to come to the table with a deal that is going to ensure that our kids have the caring adults and the fundamental supports that they need and deserve every single day.
It's clear from Mr. Leche's remarks here that this is where the government intended to be. This legislation, he said, was concluded in the middle of October. As I said yesterday, it doesn't take a week to write this. I would suspect that this legislation's been in the works since this summer. And today what we heard is the government saying to CUPE, to educational workers, to school secretaries, to custodians.
He's essentially just saying, go fuck yourselves. You're not worth the time nor resources that that you put in. That's essentially what he's saying. He does not fucking care about anyone within the education sector. Like, let's be real.
Put down your right to strike. Put down your hammer. While he's holding his hammer over their heads. And he's not taking it down. So we call on this government to either withdraw Bill 28 or at least stop it, slow it down. They just put through a motion that could have it passed by 4:30 this afternoon. What the government should do, if they were bargaining in good faith, is say, we're going to take that away. We're going to slow down. Right? We're not going to hold, we're putting our hammer down too and negotiating. That's what they need to say.
I'm still waiting to hear from the speaker regarding my point of privilege, which is that the Minister of Education was out of line by coming here in this environment to assume that the legislation will pass before the votes have come in from all parties. I do think that the environment for bargaining.
But like the thing is that it won't necessarily matter. It's still going to be pushed through either way, because the Conservatives hold a majority in the legislature, so it essentially doesn't matter what the fucking other parties think or what the citizens think. And like, knowing Conservatives in this fucking country is that they tend to fuck over the average working class Canadian, like more than the fucking Liberals do. And they're essentially just saying, suck it up, you're a fucking moron, and we'll do whatever the fuck we want. Like, it's very fucking frustrating.
Has been extremely poisoned. When you hear the minister preemptively drafting legislation that aggressively limits the rights of education workers to collectively bargain. Education workers have been doing the steps in bargaining that are required. When they ask.
But the thing is that the Conservatives are so fucking stupid that they think that that is unironically like fucking communism or some shit. When no, that should be like the absolute fucking baseline. And like, despite the fact that, they probably had like really good like jobs beforehand, or even like now, that are fucking unionized and essentially get to do whatever the fuck they want. Like, it's God, this government.
Ask for a no board report, when they give notice 5 days of a strike, all of that is required. They are doing it under the law. What this minister has done, using the notwithstanding clause and aggressively denying them their constitutional right to bargain. These are the lowest paid education workers, and 70% of them are women. He's silencing them. He's sanctioning them with fines that are double the normal at $4,000 a day, so that they will not utilize their constitutional right.
Which is fucking psychotic. Like, no, the funny thing is that going on strike is actually, like, especially if you're in a union, is actually protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, if I'm not mistaken. So, them doing that is actually, like, against what the fucking hogs love to say. Is like, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, brother. I live by it. It's so fucking stupid.
Our Central Bargaining Committee is at the table. We remain at the table. We are laser focused on getting a deal. We have made significant moves in all areas in hopes of reaching a deal while ensuring that workers have good wages and that students and families have better services. And yet, it has been the consistent theme ever since we first asked to negotiate the very first day possible on June 3rd, more than 150 days ago, that the Conservative government is dragging their feet. What's changed now?
I mean, like, is it really surprising that they're trying to undermine the unions that not only the teachers have, or like the education staff have, as well as undermining the unions that, the fucking healthcare sector has? Like, it's no coincidence that they're doing it. Like, we saw the strikes that were going on with the fucking healthcare workers, and they were essentially like, what happened with them is like, essentially, fuck you, go do your job. And then we had a mass amount of nurses and doctors quitting because, for one, they were fucking dealing with burnout, and for two, they were not being paid enough for the amount of fucking work that they were putting in. And it's like the same shit happening now.
But instead of delaying and stalling, the government is outright refusing to participate. You're left wondering if they ever wanted a deal at all.
They did not.
This government would recognize the importance of bargaining and appreciate that my 55,000 frontline education coworkers need a fair agreement. Their behavior has shown they do not. My coworkers and I still want to reach a negotiated agreement that will guarantee the types of services that students need to succeed, help school boards solve their very real problems of hiring and keeping qualified employees, and provide education workers with the long overdue wage increases that they desperately need.
They do really need
In response,
higher wages.
this government is stalled. They've said no to every proposal. They've offered only cuts. And this week they introduced legislation that would impose a collective agreement and drive more of my coworkers, the lowest paid education workers in the province, further into poverty. With his actions and his work,
They're just not working hard enough, brother. They're just not working too hard. They need to work harder, brother. Oh, what's that? They need to pick up a second job? That's how it should be. Yay.
words, the Minister of Education has indicated
Essentially
throughout
what they're
this
saying.
process that he doesn't understand how negotiations work. Will allow me to play my role as an educational assistant and ensure that every student understands the material. The right to strike is a fundamental right. It was upheld by the Supreme Court. It's an indispensable part of collective bargaining, and there is no effective bargaining process without it. Workers organizing each other and mobilizing through a potential strike is the only way that workers can get even close to leveling the playing field. That's true in the private sector. It's especially true in the public sector, when the employer is the government that has shown their true authoritarian colors and has a history of
I
trampling.
mean, that's just how the conservatives operate, though, is that they tend to use vast, sweeping authoritarian powers granted to them. Vague descriptions of laws or laws that they had passed in order to use sweeping powers in authoritarian measures. Like, it's psychotic. And the fact that, people are defending this shit is disgusting. Because apparently, in Canada, we have completely lost the fucking meaning of class solidarity, which is why, it's so fucking frustrating. Like, no, these, healthcare workers that are going on strike, or not the healthcare workers, sorry, the education workers that are going on strike, are the exact, are in the exact same fucking boat as, like, you working a fucking manufacturing job or fucking working at McDonald's. Like, they are on the same fucking boat.
Workers' rights. The Ford government's actions have moved this beyond a question of better jobs and better services. They have attacked all workers. Stephen Lecce is saying to my coworkers, give up your rights before I strip them. We are not willing to let him do that. And we will defend and exercise our rights. Serving strike notice was completely legal. Our central bargaining committee, made up of frontline education workers from across the province, has followed every single legal process as required from the beginning. We've done nothing out of the ordinary. And unlike the Ford government, we remain at the table, ready to bargain. The strike date is not interfering with bargaining. Two things are interfering. The first is a piece of regressive legislation currently on the floor of Queen's Park that strips away the rights of workers. The second is the minister's complete refusal to negotiate. This government owes it to students, to families, to workers, and to all Ontarians to change their course. I will now open for questions. Chris.
Hi there, thanks. Can you hear me?
I can.
So let's just be clear for parents so that they have certainty. So you will be going ahead with the Friday strike protest as planned.
Unless a deal is reached. Respectfully, Chris, that's why there's the 5-day notice. Nothing has changed. We served 5 days of notice on Sunday. We have always said moving forward, and it would have been the same, if we did not have legislation. If you remember, Chris, and I do remember you and I well, back in 2019, people waiting by their phones, waiting, at the final hours when a deal came through at the cusp of when the strike would have happened. This is not uncommon. And so, yes, we have, provided the 5-day notice. Parents
Yeah, and like, even with that 5-day notice, like, they do shit all about it. They're like, hey, we're going to be striking on this day. If you don't want us to strike, come to the table with us. Let's negotiate. And we won't strike. But it doesn't fucking matter. Because, like, especially conservatives will be like, oh, we'll fucking put it off and just fucking lie about it. And then, not do anything about it until, like, the last moment.
Be making arrangements, and we will be proceeding. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try and get a deal before that happens. Right now, we work with a mediator. And what's really causing problems is that we are thinking that we are working through the mediator and that the parties are actively bargaining. And then we hear from the minister that they're not. As we know, the minister provides direction to his staff at the Ministry of Education. It is sending a lot of mixed messages. And so, we are under the understanding that we're waiting for a response. But now we're hearing from the minister that if we don't remove our notice of strike, there will be no response. We need some clear answers from the government.
So sorry, I'm unclear. Does that mean that all negotiating teams are at the table or they're not?
So at this point, we actually aren't all at one table. It would be nice to be in that situation, but we're not. So our team is here. I understand that the CTA team, the Council of Trustees Associations, is here. And my understanding is that ministry staff is here. But then we have the minister coming out today saying that bargaining would not be continuing until our notice of strike was removed.
I understand that you can't really tell us exactly what's going to happen over the next couple of days, but you're basically saying that if the government, which has already presented its final offer, doesn't increase its final offer, then you're going on strike.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
They've offered between 1.25 to 2.5%. What specifically are
That's it? Bro, that's like fucking nothing. Should at least be 5%.
you looking for?
Well, for instance, their wage proposal is actually less than it was before because they've put in more pieces that would actually prevent workers from getting the 2.5. Upon reflection on it, and we spent a lot of time on it yesterday, the vast majority of our workers would only receive 1.5%, which is actually less than the 2% that they offered back in August. There's also a concern about the service security that we really need to see that happening. We do not have that in position right now. There is a concern moving forward in regards to the investments for staffing. We have a lot of concerns that are just simply not addressed by this legislated offer. And let's be clear, it's a legislated offer. It's either take this or we legislate it that was put on the table.
Bro, like fucking authoritarian, like the fucking I fucking hate the conservatives, man. Like, Jesus Christ.
Start in Ontario, where the Ford government is moving to block 55,000 education workers from going on.
Like, I love it when fucking conservative or like even like fascist hogs are like, oh, the fucking liberals are being very fucking authoritarian in this, and and yet they turn around and like fucking cheer when the conservative government like fucking actually uses like authoritarian measures. Like, they're right-wing hogs are just so fucking brain dead.
Strike and oppose a contract on them. But the union, known as CUPE, is planning to walk off the job anyway.
If they say it's illegal to strike, then we will be on a political protest. We will withdraw our labor, and we will fight back against this attempt to remove our members' rights and to institute a collective agreement.
The sticking point generally is money. The province is offering a 2.5% salary increase for those making less than $43,000, but CUPE wants...
Which we found out was less. Turns out it would be like 1.5. So like the the legislative offer was 1.5.
An 11.7% raise. Let's get the government's response.
Yeah, like 11.7. That's perfectly fine.
Ontario's Education Minister Stephen Lecce is with us from Queen's Park. Hi, Minister Lecce. Good to have you back on the program.
Oh
Thanks for
God,
making the time.
it's this loser again.
Thank you.
Minister, the union says that you are bullying their members, that the message you're sending to workers is do what we want or we'll legislate you. That is essentially what you are saying to them, is it not?
Yes.
You know, I think a lot of kids and 2 million parents and their families feel a similar sentiment when the union announced on Sunday their path to a strike, irrespective of the government offering in good faith a better deal. We offered CUPE a off-ramp. We said to them, look, let's come a day early. Wasn't supposed to be the case, but we said, let's have this meeting on Sunday because the union decided to put Ontario on a 5-day requirement to strike, affecting 2 million kids. And I believe
but you still have fucking 5 days to settle this and like actually come to the fucking table to bargain with them instead of being like, oh, fucking cry about it. I'm gonna be doing this anyways. Like, it's ridiculous.
In my heart, as I think most people watching, these kids have paid a great deal of consequence over the past years. We had strikes in Ontario, one of the only provinces in the country to have strikes by unions, and then followed by a global pandemic. And at what time?
Yeah, it's because the rest of the fucking country, generally speaking, especially like more like prairie provinces, don't tend to actually fucking go on strike because they're too busy licking the fucking boot. Despite the fact that if they are fucking unionized and can bargain for better wages, better working conditions, better better benefits, like, it doesn't fucking matter because they're just too busy licking that goddamn boot.
At what point does the responsible government say enough? That these kids need to be in school. They need to be with their education.
Okay, but they are in fucking school, you idiot. Like, if you just go to the fucking table with them, negotiate, you wouldn't have this fucking problem. But you're too busy trying to fucking own them, being like, oh, fucking cry about it. That, yeah, of course they're going to be going on strike. You're essentially saying, take what we offer you or go fuck yourselves. We're going to give it to you anyways. Like,
educators need to be with their friends, frankly healing from the mental and physical health adversity that has come and the learning loss that has now been confirmed by EQAO that every parent at home knew. And so, yes, we will stand up and take action.
Wait, what? What loss? There was no fucking learning loss, to my knowledge. Like, they were still fucking learning. It's just that, you know, kids were getting depressed because they couldn't fucking go outside and touch grass because they had to stay at home and inside. Like, come on. Come on, bro.
Action because of a result of the union on pathway to a strike by introducing a bill today that ensures this Friday there will not be disruption for 2 million kids. It keeps them in school, which is most important.
And Minister, I am certainly in no way disputing the sentiment that I would agree as a parent myself. Parents right across this province feel like they want their kids in school. But my question is more specific to what more your government could have done to ensure that is the case and that you're not forcing a contract on 55,000 people in this province.
If anyone like ever looks at this and be like and sees that, you know, the conservative government just does not give a shit about the working class, this is an excellent example of what on what to show, because like they clearly don't care, right? So the fact that, you know, they're not actually like willing to like meet with them and shit, like, is just ridiculous. Like, we get it. You don't give a shit about the working class. Like, we understand you want to fucking turn them into biomatter. We have too many fucking LARPers being like, oh no, they the temporarily embarrassed millionaire.
I take your point about the notice to strike, but could you not have said, hey, we're going to introduce some back to work legislation and continue with negotiations that were scheduled for tomorrow
They haven't been
in an
negotiating
effort
it
to
at all.
come to an agreement? What you did was say, here's our final offer, take it, or we're forcing you back into this new contract.
That's actually essentially what we did yesterday. We said rescind your 5-day strike notice, and we'll continue on with our negotiations.
You
but they
genuine
didn't.
fucking liar.
Right? We actually gave them that choice, Vashi. Literally what you proposed is what I did yesterday.
You literally did not do that. You fucking liar. Like, I am going to fucking lose it. Like, you did not do that at all. You're essentially saying, fuck you. If you don't like what we do, you're going to be going to work anyways. We're not going to fucking negotiate anything. Oh my god, I really conservatives. Oh my god, how do people unironically think that these fucking morons are actually like for the working class when they're blatantly fucking over the working class, like in plain sight? Like, come on, they're not even trying to hide it. Like, it's so frustrating.
Through our team to QP, saying, look, rescind your offer. Let's agree to negotiate. We've presented an option that we thought was sensible, fair, that increased the pay roughly 10% on average over 4 years, plus the
1.5%. Like, at that point, just spit in their face. Like, honestly, just spit in their face. Go up to them and spit in their face. Come on, do it, you fucking pussy. Like, no, that is unacceptable. Like the amount that you're offering is completely unacceptable.
The maintenance of literally the best pension benefit and 131 days of sick leave. There's no program like this in Canada, frankly. It's very...
Yeah, there probably is. Your fucking job, you moron. Like, I would actually be surprised if it was like even half of that. Like, you probably have way much more fucking benefits and like sick leave than they do. Like, come on.
By design, it really comes with a strong package to retain the workforce. And they said no. They actually rejected the offer.
Yeah, because you're not fucking raising their wages in a time when, inflation is raising and they understandably don't want to fucking live on the streets. Like, come on.
And they believe that by continuing on the strike on Friday, that somehow will deliver a better outcome for their members, and frankly, it won't. It's just sad that we're here, because I actually believe that there was another way. I mean, I got to deal with every public sector union in education just a few years ago against great odds, but we did. And that would have been my preference in the premiers. But when you tell us yesterday that you're going to strike on Friday, and I know, and you know, the legislative calendar, that if we don't act today, introducing the bill and passing it before Thursday, there would have been 2 million kids at home and a lot of parents affected. And I will not tolerate that. I will not accept for 1 day a strike.
Okay, but what about the 50,000 fucking workers that you're fucking over with this? What about them? Huh? Like, do they fucking deserve it? Because we already seen what happens in fucking Alberta to Saskatchewan when you don't fucking meet their demands. They fucking quit. And no one will have the qualifications to go in and fucking fill those roles because the fucking governments are way too goddamn stupid to, fucking make education free at the higher levels so that, we can have more fucking teachers. or fucking doctors or whatever the fuck. Like, it's literally just a fucking repeat of the fucking healthcare sector. That's all it is.
Right, that is not right after what these kids have been through. And someone has to have the political courage in this province and country.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
To say enough. And that's what we're doing with this bill. We gave them that choice. We increased their wages and a better offer, and even still, they chose this path to strike, and obviously they're living with the consequences today.
I just want to be explicit, though, for parents and for Ontarians watching right now. Are you saying that if they had withdrawn the notice to strike, that you would have continued negotiating, that the offer you put on the table was not your final?
No, because he's a fucking moron.
Final offer?
We did offer them yesterday an increased offer. We made it clear that if they rescind their commitment to strike on Friday, that dialogue could continue. But they didn't do that. That's my point to you. They had the option to.
Well, maybe if you would actually fucking either negotiate with them or meet their fucking demands, they would, you know, not fucking strike on Friday. Like, suck my dick. Honestly. Like, this is fucking idiotic. And the fact that this guy has any power and say over any legislation, like, it should not. We need someone, like, Ontario actually needs someone that, you know, fucking listens to them and not be like, fuck you, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, even if you go on strike, and if not, well, then sucks to suck. Like, suck my dick.
To withdraw the 5-day strike notice, because as I mentioned to you, if they did that, there wouldn't be such an imperative to pass this bill or introduce it today and pass it by Thursday, because
yeah, the only reason why is because you want to fucking make it illegal for them to go on strike. That's the only reason. Because, you know, you're not fucking meeting their demands and not coming to the table to actually fucking negotiate.
There wouldn't be a strike on Friday because that notice period is required by law of 5 days. They maintained the 5 days. They believe creating this pressure somehow achieves something for their members.
Yeah, because historically it does work. Like, regardless of whatever your political stance is, striking works. And the fact that you're shitting your pants about, you know, 2 million students not being in school, and like you're so fucking concerned about that for like one fucking day that they probably have off anyways, is just idiotic. Like, you're only doing this to make sure that they can't fucking strike again, and if they do, they can get a lot of shit for it. Like, this is very frustrating. The only reason why you're trying to fucking push it through on Thursday is so that, you know, probably have the fucking cops brutalize them, right? Like, piss off with your shitty ass legislation and your fucking authoritarian control over the fucking people who depend on, you know, having a livable income in order to survive in these fucking trying times.
What it really has done is force the hand of government, not really our first choice, our last resort, to now resort to
Bullshit.
a legislated option that protects the integrity of learning and keeps children in class where they belong.
Okay, so then raise their fucking wages, stop underfunding the education sector, and, you know, actually invest into the fucking school system then. Do it, you bitch. Do it. It's not gonna happen. If you actually cared about, you know, the developmental or the developments of, you know, fucking education, like you claim that you do, then you would do literally all of that, as well as making post-secondary education free. Like, it's idiotic that you're just fucking crying about this. Like, you're using the fucking Republican thing, being like, you know, fuck you, we're gonna do whatever the hell we want.
They had that choice, and now they're stepping, in the midst of this. While we offered them more, they said, "Look, we want roughly a 50% increase in pay, an astronomical hike according to any standard in the private sector."
Yeah, but guess what? They set it high so that, you know, because they know that you're gonna be fucking setting it low, and you know they'll maybe be able to get 25% out of it. That's how that works. Have you never fucking bargained before, like at like fucking MCC or some shit? Like, come on, dude. Or at like, have you ever been to a goddamn garage sale, being like, I don't know, let's say that there's a fucking CRT TV sitting there, which may be a little bit too fucking advanced for your fucking brain, but let's say it's sitting there for $30, right? Let's say, I don't know, let's say that you have like $25 and you're like, hey, would you be willing to, I don't know, fucking take this CRT for $20? And then, you know, in some instances they'll say yeah, or in some instances you'll have, how about 25? That's how fucking negotiations and bargainings work. And the fact that you can't even comprehend on how fucking bargaining works is just, no, you should not have the fucking position that you have.
Sector, the public sector, 33% more in just pay alone over 3 years. And I ask your viewers, how many of you have pensions that are indexed with inflation? How many have benefits that cover all your family? They're a very strong benefit program, among the best in the country. How many have 131 paid sick leave? It just doesn't exist in the real world for most folks. And while I'm prepared to maintain...
Yeah, but no fucking teacher is expecting to get 135 or 131 days of paid sick leave. Like, let's be real. Would it be nice for them? Yeah, it would be. And like, the thing is like, comparatively to other nations, 131 days is like nothing. In, say, I don't know, fucking France, for example. Is it France? Yeah, France gets like, what, 2 months off of paid sick leave or some shit like that. Scandinavia gets like an entire fucking year of paid sick leave off, regardless of what fucking job you do, whether it's working at McDonald's or whether it's fucking, you know, being a lawyer. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Maintain those programs and incentives and entitlements for these staff because we value them. There's 7,000 more hired under our progressive.
And like, here's the thing, when it comes, I highly doubt that 7,000 new fucking healthcare workers have been hired underneath your progressive conservative shitty ass party. Here's the thing. Generally speaking, when it comes to some of the fucking idiotic proposals and increases in fucking benefits, like idiotic benefits that in reality no one's gonna fucking use, they would honestly rather just have an increase in pay instead of taking that shitty benefit increase that, you know, they don't necessarily want.
Conservative government, after all. I just don't think kids should pay the price because they're not getting a 50% nearly increase in.
You do not care about kids. If you actually cared about kids, you would actually fucking, you know, make sure that, you know, these education workers, most of which have fucking children, aren't fucking living in poverty. But you don't give a shit about that. You don't give a shit about kids. You want to hand out fucking guns like America does, just so, you know, some fucking psychotic fascist can go and shoot up a school.
In your comp. That's unfair. And I think someone's got to say enough of that.
Minister, and certainly I don't disagree that there are valid and tough questions for the union here, but with respect, you didn't answer the specifics of my question. I hear you say that if they had withdrawn that, you know, you gave a better offer in your characterization, but were you willing, if they were not going to strike, to continue negotiating and perhaps even improve the offer you tabled yesterday? Because I don't hear a clear answer to that.
No.
Yeah. I think our inclination, if they decided to withdraw the strike vote, would be to remove the legislation, quite frankly.
Yeah, but they only said that they would do so if you actually come to the fucking table and negotiate. But you haven't done that. You essentially said, fuck you, we're going to be pushing legislation through so we don't have to save your sorry ass.
We never wanted to do this. I always wanted to get a deal.
No, you wanted to do this, let's be honest. You wanted to do this. Like, stop fucking virtue signaling, you piece of shit.
Vashi that preserved in-person learning for children. But with great regret, they said to us yesterday, no, they will proceed with the strike. They will proceed with the disruption and do what they have done just a few years ago to students, affecting millions of lives. And no responsible government should be a bystander and hope for the best. We took action.
It's one fucking day. I'm sure that, you know, the kids would appreciate one day off of school.
Action today after transparently telling them that we would just yesterday. And remember what we're fighting for. 80 cents the dollar in education goes to compensation within our publicly funded schools. 80 cents the dollar goes to pay and benefits. 20 cents goes to our kids. And so I do believe we were given a mandate by the people.
Yeah, you want to know why that's so fucking high? It's because oftentimes, you know, fucking teachers have to buy a lot of the school supplies themselves because your fucking shitty ass government won't actually supply the resources to the fucking schools that they need. Instead, you're gonna, you know, force the fucking teachers to do so. And like, even if that is true, I highly doubt it is. Even if that is true, like, who fucking cares? Like, they are drastically important to the betterment of the fucking future.
Of this province, under the leadership of the Premier, to say, look, I want more dollars flowing to our kids, more tutoring, more mental health, more investments in STEM education, and a focus on getting back to the basics. None of this matters.
Yeah, except that you know, when actual fucking legislation is proposed in order to do all that, your fucking dumbass party decides to block it because you don't actually give a shit about children. Especially if they're fucking poor. Let's be real.
If these kids are out of school on Friday, next week and beyond, and keep in mind, next week the legislature is not sitting. And so we made it abundantly clear they could have taken another path to avoid a strike and frankly to avoid this legislation, but they have forced the hand of government, and we're now moving forward, proceeding, and we are committing to providing some stability.
Yeah, and the funny thing is if this legislation actually just goes past, you're gonna have a gigantic fucking you're gonna have a gigantic fucking amount of fucking jobs to fill, because I highly doubt that 55,000 education workers are going to be putting up with that shit. I can almost guarantee you that a vast majority of them won't and will fucking quit.
After years of impacts that affected so many kids in this province.
And I do want to ask about the legislation in a second. I just want to make sure the characterization for the audience is, and I take your point on what they're asking for and what their workers are asking for. The union also points out that their average member earns about $39,000 a year. So while you're saying they're asking for these astronomical raises, I mean, they're asking for stuff, and I know that includes some part-time workers, but they're asking for stuff against the backdrop of astronomical inflation. And yes, they have a good benefits package, but they also, you know, they also.
I'm glad she's playing devil's advocate on that, because that is right. Like, the only reason why they're asking for like astronomical or quote unquote astronomical amount of, fucking increase in pay is because of the astronomical fucking inflation that we're seeing.
Also perform a great service for the kids of this province. Just to make that
She's
clear.
right.
I do want to,
Minister,
I know you say you value that, but I just want to make that clear for our audience too. Go ahead, sir.
No, I know, and I just want to make very briefly, I'm sorry to interrupt, I think it's so important. First off, we pay our education workers in Ontario more than any province in Canada. They make $27 an hour on average.
Okay, like, even if that is true, that doesn't matter because the amount of fucking, shit, the prices in, like, Toronto, for example, are astronomically higher than, like, almost anywhere in fucking Canada. Like, regardless of if it's fucking rent, or if it's groceries, or if it's fucking gas, it doesn't matter. They're paying a fuck ton more for living in Ontario compared to, I don't know, some like some random city out in, like, I don't know, Yukon. Like, get real.
Average. And as I mentioned, the benefits, the pensions, the sick leave, all of this together makes the program quite competitive. So we value them, which is why we're hiring 1,800 more of them, part of this proposal. And of course, as we know, the average pay and the compensation package is actually $49,000. The union has included part-time workers. So I just want to make sure we're consistent in those facts. But the fact is we do pay them more than our peers in the country, East and West, and we'll continue to do so with a 2.5% increase every single year under our plan.
And I get that. I'm just pointing out that even $49,000 a year, for example, in this inflationary environment is really hard to get by on. Just before I let you go, because you know this is a national audience and they're watching closely your government's use of the notwithstanding clause here. I do want to be clear. This is
the thing is that I honestly think they're just gonna abuse it. Like, let's be real. They're gonna abuse it, force the healthcare workers, or the education workers, sorry, to accept their fucking offer, whether they like it or not, and if they don't, well, then see a good riddance. Like, it's clearly authoritarian. Like, come on, bro, just fucking negotiate with them. It's not rocket science.
the second time your government has used it. Are Ontarians to take away from that every time the charter gets in the way of something that is politically significant or expedient to your government, you're willing?
That is another aspect to consider about this. It's clearly done for political reasoning or political gains. 100%. Because they don't like that, the education workers are standing up and saying, no, we're not going to be taking that. And the fact that they're proceeding with this just goes to show that, it's clearly done for measures that they don't, because they don't want to negotiate, as well as political reasoning. I mean, I guess, the fucking caucus that Doug Ford picked doesn't fall far from the tree because of how stupid they are. And, we'll do anything to fucking, not actually adhere to the demands of Ontarians.
Willing to use that clause to effectively stomp on those rights?
Yes.
We believe that the best path to a deal is a voluntary one consented by all parties. That is the message we're sending.
Here's the thing, though. With the clause that's being, with the fucking clause that they're passing, it's clearly showing that you're not, fucking working together with them. Like, let's be honest with ourselves, okay? Like, if you actually did, give a shit about that and, wanted to do so, you would actually, fucking negotiate with them.
But When we offer a union...
Like, there is no consent between all fucking parties in this instance. Come on.
An option and an off-ramp to avoid a strike and to avoid a contract being legislated, and they decide to proceed with the strike, you should expect the government to stand up for the right of children to learn, to be in school, and not to face disruption. That is our obligation, moral obligation to millions of children that depend on government to have the political courage to say enough. And frankly, we would have preferred not to do this. But
you guys are cowards. The entire fucking, like, regardless of if it's fucking provincial, federal, or whatever, the Conservatives are fucking cowards. They don't actually want to face consequences, as well as they don't actually want to fucking face people who are, you know, exercising their rights and freedoms in order to, you know, make things slightly less shitty for them. Like, you all are the fucking same.
But given the options, either we do so with providing absolute certainty we could avert strikes this Friday and every day thereafter, or the option of potential backdrop of impacts and withdrawal of services. We opt on the side of families, of children, of mental health and learning loss. We opt on the side of kids who simply just want to be with their friends.
If you did actually give a shit about that, then you would have no problem with them going on strike, because it is protected.
On Friday, and that's what this bill will do. It provides the stability children deserve.
But the question is, will it? I mean, the union still plans on striking.
It won't.
And back to my question about invoking the notwithstanding clause. I mean, that's a serious thing. That's saying that, yes. I take your point about the right of kids to be in school, but you know, there are labor rights associated with labor in this country, the right to collective bargaining, the right to striking.
Yeah.
You are effectively, you know, introducing adding the notwithstanding clause of this to go around those rights. That's a
it's
pretty
just
big
bullying.
deal too. Is that something that Ontarians should expect more commonly from your government when it comes up against something that's against its own political interests?
She's right.
I think Ontarians should expect the government to continue to negotiate with all labor partners, public and private,
you're not
to get
doing
the best
that.
Possible deal for all of us, something we could all live with that is respectful of all members.
You're not doing that, though. You're essentially saying, here's what we want. Either you can take it, or you can get lost. That's essentially what you're saying. And the fact that you are like, so fucking... like, the fact that you're dick riding for this fucking point of, you know, oh, but think about the children. Bitch, you don't give a shit. You don't give a damn about the fucking children.
But if a union, in this case CUPE, is committed to striking impacting millions of kids, then the government will act in the public interest over one's self-interest and ensure stability, ensure kids are in school. And that, frankly, is really important to the government and to a lot of parents out there who have faced a massive level of impact and adversity. We owe it to them to take this action, even though we have made it abundantly clear, as regrettable it is to be in this position, because I would have preferred to have had a voluntary agreement signed yesterday, or at least a path to one, with the commitment that the union would take the strike off the table on Friday. But they didn't, and we're here, and we're acting, as we said we would, to make sure these kids stay in school.
Minister, I'll leave it there. Thanks very much for your time this evening. Appreciate it as always.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Power and Politics. I'm Vashi Capellos in Ottawa tonight.
God, he pisses me off.
The Ontario government is moving to block 55,000 education workers from going on strike and impose a contract on them. But the union representing those workers, it's known as CUPE, well, it's saying that those workers plan to walk off the job anyway.
If they say it's illegal to strike, then we will be on a political protest. We will withdraw our labor, and we will fight back against this attempt to remove our members' rights and to institute a collective agreement.
Ontario's Education Minister Stephen Lecce insists his government's priority is simple: keep kids in school.
I will not accept for one day a strike. That is not right after what these kids have been through. And someone has to have the political courage in this province and country to say enough. And that's what we're doing with this bill. We gave them that choice. We increased.
Yes, how dare people go out and exercise their rights and freedoms that they have, and we're just gonna follow on the fucking Florida route, being like, oh, what's that? You want to go on fucking strike? Okay, cool. We'll make striking illegal then, despite the fact that that literally goes against the fucking Charter rights and freedoms, as well as, you know, they say that it doesn't matter because they'll just fucking go on a political or they'll just go on a fucking political protest. It doesn't matter. What are you gonna next? Are you gonna make fucking political protests like even like center left or even center at like illegal next to fucking clown?
Their wages and a better offer, and even still, they chose this path to strike, and obviously they're living with the consequences today.
All right, let's bring in the power panel to talk about that back and forth. Corey Tenike, Sharon Carr, Rob Russo, and Brad Levine. Corey, I'll start with you. I think the government's framing here is really interesting. Like this is, and you heard the minister say it multiple times in our interview, this is about keeping kids in school. It is taking a very, unprecedented, almost unprecedented step to do so. It's basically using legislation to impose a contract on those workers. Tell me a little bit about how the government, you think, sees this politically.
Well, I think we're in a very unique situation after the pandemic where we had school closures and remote learning for lengthy periods of time. Children's education has suffered as a result. Children's mental health has suffered as a result. It was
the mental health aspect of it. I don't necessarily disagree with. I'm not like personally. I don't know too much about like the education standards due to remote learning. It seemed like it was fine. From what I understand, the thing that was like, because let's be real, like regardless of what you're going for, university students have done remote learning before as well. The thing with the younger children is, from what I understand, they if their grades and shit were dropping, it's because they couldn't go outside and interact with their friends during like lunch break or recess or whatever. Like the biggest thing is that they had to not see their friends or family. I could be wrong on that. I'm sure there's a multitude of other factors that come into play for that. But from the limited amount of knowledge that I have on that, that seems to be what the common census is, from what I understand.
Very difficult decisions made by public health officials and governments, and doing that. But the net result is that we are in a position where having schools closed for a period of time is not in the interest of parents. It's not in the interest of students. It's not in anyone's interest. And CUPE deciding to go there, or very early on in negotiations is a really bad misread of them of where the public's at. And as much as they think the government would be intimidated by some CUPE workers picketing on the lawn of Queen's Park, there would be a riot of parents hundreds of times the size of that if the government allowed the schools to close over a labor dispute. So
here's the thing, though, is that generally speaking, when it comes to, at least I understand, it tends to fall on like a day that the kids would have off anyways. There are instances where that's not always the case. I'm sure this might be one. I'm not too familiar with when the Ontario kids have off and they're at school and shit. But like generally speaking, strikes and shit tend to be on those days off. Um that's I I honestly think that there might I don't think like too many fucking uh parents would actually go on or like would counter protest their strike and shit. Some parents might even join in on their strike. Like if I was a parent and like, saw this shit happening to them, I'd probably join in with them. Um the only the only people that I could actually see doing this is like fucking libertarians, hogs, and maybe some fucking liberals. That's it. But I think I think the most predominant one will be the fucking hogs, because the hogs love licking the conservative boot. Like it's probably like super fucking shiny.
So, I think the government's on the right, making the right call to side with parents and students over
But they're not.
these workers who are taking a really ill-advised job action.
My guess is, Brad, that your read is a little different, and that maybe the framing would be too, around the government siding with kids and parents over the workers. How do you see it?
Yeah. Yeah, and to disclose, my firm and I have done some polling for the QP educational workers in the recent past. I think it's significant what's happened today. This is a provincial government that is using the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of 55,000 Ontarians to exercise their right to free collective bargaining.
And it's disgusting.
That is quite an outrageous move of this government. The leverage that workers have in this country is to bargain collectively, and withdrawing their labor by taking strike votes are part of the leverage. And today, what you saw is that the Doug Ford Conservatives basically threw up their hands and said, we will take away the rights of these people in our province in order to...
And here's the thing. If they do succeed with this, what is stopping them from doing so for like a political protest? Okay. Like I'm sure I can almost guarantee you that if they succeed with this, they would do the exact same thing for a political protest. Like we already seen what happens with Ontario, or with the Ontario Conservatives, on what happens when, a bunch of their fellow hogs, fucking gather and protest. Who's not to say that if something doesn't politically, like a protest that doesn't politically align with Doug Ford's Conservative Party, that he wouldn't do the exact same thing, except in, a more authoritarian, fucking brutal way. By like sending the fucking cops on them and beating the shit out of them. Well, nothing would be, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter because we see the exact same shit happening with indigenous people when they go and protest, which is very fucking disgusting.
Impose a low wage contract. These folks don't make a lot of money. The average salary of these education workers is $39,000. And they just wanted to, after the pandemic, Corey rightly says that kids went through a lot. So did the people that work in our schools. And they didn't work from home. These folks went in to the...
Yeah, because they didn't get a choice. Oh, what's that? All your fucking... everything that you need is at the fucking school and you're not allowed to take it home? Well, sucks to suck. You gotta go in daily and fucking risk catching COVID because, we don't allow you to fucking take materials to do so from home.
the schools to ensure that the education of their kids was maintained throughout the pandemic. They were just fighting for what they felt was fair and to catch up from years of low pay. And that right's been taken away. And so the political signal is who's next? Which rights of which workers will be.
Well, it could be like it could literally be like any other workers, or it could be non-politically aligned protests as well. That's who's most likely going to be next. Like, it doesn't matter. It could very well be, I don't know, if let's say the healthcare workers decide to go on strike, it could easily be them. You know, if I don't know, I think GM is a big company out there. If GM workers decide to go on strike, it could be them. It doesn't. I don't really think it would matter if they were unionized or not, because like the fact that they will, you know, do this shit, like it's more of a matter of like who does it first. If they actually go through with it, which, you know, knowing conservatives, I imagine they might.
Next on Doug Ford's agenda, today it was CUPE, education workers. Who knows who's going to be next?
I was going to say
teachers will be next.
Well, there we go.
Corey, why don't you just walk through all the people in Ontario whose rights you guys are going to legislate away? How bullish of you to use the notwithstanding clause?
I need to get everyone else in.
That is clearly to use the notwithstanding clause to basically say that we're going to remove the rights of these people from free collective bargaining. That's a real statement. And if you want to announce today, Corey, who's next, please do, and we'll.
Okay, wait.
I'll take
let's let Corey weigh in, and then I want to get Rob and Sharon in too. Corey, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to say two things. One, there's nothing anti-labor about this government.
What?
Just took away rights.
So.
Wait, what? The conservatives have always been anti-labor. They just play it up for the cameras. Like, bro, even the liberals are anti-labor. Let's be real. Like, the only party that you could argue that actually is like sort of pro-labor is the NDP. But the thing is that like the conservatives are very, very anti-labor. We've seen time and time again, whenever people go on strike or protest or shit, you know, it doesn't matter because they're going to be finding loopholes within the law and, you know, use that to their advantage. It's what conservatives do. They always do it.
Let him finish, Brad. Let him finish.
Now you let me finish. Yeah. All of the unions that used to support Brad in the private sector have almost wholesale moved over and support the Ford Conservative government. The Ford government is not anti-union. It is not anti-union at all. It's not anti-collective bargaining. But it is not the same situation for public sector unions that have a monopoly on our school system. There are more...
Okay, but you do recognize that, you know, a lot of other fucking facets of labor are controlled by non-unionized companies. So it doesn't matter. And like, you know, unionization is not a bad thing. Even if like, even if QP has a monopoly on the unionization of education workers within Ontario, like who fucking cares? Like they're doing their job. And like, you know, bargaining or helping workers bargain for like better wages and better benefits and shit. Like who cares? Just cry about it more.
Rights at play here, including the rights of the children, including the rights of the parents. And so it's not the same situation. So let's just make it very clear, though, what the government is saying, and this will extend to teachers as well, is if you want to sit down and negotiate a contract, the government's at the table to do so. If you want to use children
But they're
as a
not,
pawn
though.
in your labor
Yeah, but the thing is that conservatives always use fucking children as a pawn, though. It doesn't matter. Like, they always use it as, like, a talking point. Like, they do the exact same thing for fucking abortion as well. Well, think about the children. And you get, when it comes down to, like, actually improving the lives of children, they don't do fuck all for it. Like, the fact that, like, conservatives are very fucking pro-child is idiotic. Like, ask a conservative if what they think on the age of consent laws. You know, probably want them lowered. Same thing with libertarians too. Let's be real, because libertarians are some of the most fucking creepy people on the planet. As well as ask them what they think about like about child marriages as well. Like, no, conservatives do not give a shit about children. They only use children as a political pawn to make the dumbass idiots that live out in the rural Canada be like, oh no, they're indoctrinating our fucking children. It's so stupid.
Negotiations by closing schools and threatening closure of schools, you're going to get legislated back, including the use of the notwithstanding clause. You can take that to the bank because it's going to happen.
Okay, well, that's a pretty significant statement.
Yeah, just because it's going to happen, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. Like, you would probably make the exact same arguments for fucking, you know, the liberals. Like, if the liberals to do this, it'd be losing your fucking shit.
Sharon, I'll get you to weigh in on it as well. And I think it's significant for a number of reasons, because I understand the primacy of kids being at school. I don't think there's a parent in this province who isn't sympathetic to that. At the same time, there is a right that exists, the right to strike, the right to collective bargaining. And the idea that if you threaten to do that, to strike, that then the contract just gets imposed is certainly going to be an interesting political precedent as well.
Yeah, so I would say, looking at this from a bit of a different perspective, we did just come out of a pandemic that had a really, really big impact on everybody. But more so, it had a really big impact on kids, specifically those who are doing online learning or whatever the case is. So I think collective bargaining is super important. It's extremely important to workers' rights. But I personally find it a bit distasteful to immediately jump into strike mode, just given what has happened over the last few years.
I'm sure that they, you know, we're trying to do like, strike is always the last resort for a union, and I'm sure that was the instance in this case as well. Like, no one wants to go on fucking strike unless they absolutely have to. And the fact that, you know, I imagine that the government didn't want to fucking play ball, you know, they're going to be going on fucking strike. Like, it's silly.
I also think it's a bit tacky to now push in the notwithstanding clause, which is not used for stuff like quite often. Do I think anyone is a winner in this? Not necessarily, but I do think that if QP and the Ontario government want to sit down together in I would say, in the usual mediation process they go with it, but not threaten a strike right off the bat.
I mean, we've already seen that the Conservative government isn't willing to actually sit down and, you know, fucking, you know, talk to the union reps in general, so it doesn't matter.
Consideration what everyone has been through. These are people who are not paid a lot of money. I completely agree with that. But jumping to the conclusion of a strike, even though that is their right and that is what happens during these discussions, I just think it's unfair to families and unfair to parents right now.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I should point out also the government contends that they make $49,000 a year on average, and that the $39,000 figure from the union does also include some part-time workers. But I think Sharon's point, Rob, is a good one. It seems like this is like very heated and very impactful for a group of people that already have felt a lot of impacts. And I'm not just speaking of the unions, and I'm not just speaking of the government, but like it's very high stakes and very forceful on all around when really the kids are the one that we're supposed to be thinking about, right?
Well, Brad referred to polling, and I'm pretty sure that Corey has some polling that he's got as well that he's acting on, and the government that he's worked for is acting on. I'd really love to know what that polling is showing. I can tell you that I did my own little poll.
Oh, I can tell you. I'm happy to tell you.
Okay,
we're going to come back.
We're keeping this segment going.
Yeah. I did my own little poll. I went to my younger sister, Anna Maria, who's got a couple of elementary school age kids, and I asked her about this. And she said,
bro, that's like 2 people. You have to have a wider pool of people for your poll. You can't just do 2 people. Like otherwise, it will just skew your results and make what you look say good. It's the same reason why you don't have just like 50 to 100 people in a poll. That's usually why the bare minimum is like what, like 1,000, 1,500.
it would be very tough on her kids and on her. And on she leads a team. It would be tough because they're slowly doing a return to work, and this would probably throw that into some disarray. So there might not be a lot of sympathy for those who withdrew their labor at this time right now. That being said, if I don't care what my salary is. If inflation is running at 7 or 8% and somebody's offering me 1.5 or 2%, I'm not going to be happy about that either. So there does seem to be a lack of fairness that way. But as somebody said to me who was involved in the last time teachers went on strike province-wide, who worked for Mike Harris, you can rarely go wrong taking on the teachers in Ontario.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then what does the polling show to that effect, Corey?
Well, it shows that, I think you'd have trouble finding a parent in the province of Ontario that thinks having schools closed right now is a good idea. It would be a polling challenge to find one. Like
What?
To say that keeping schools open is popular.
Just because it's like going to be quote harder to find someone who doesn't think that it's a good idea to keep closed, that doesn't mean that they're not out there. Like there 100% are people out there that think so.
Is a dramatic understatement of what the research demonstrates. Nobody wants to see the schools closed, and there was a negotiating table.
Yeah, no shit.
CP has decided to use children as a pawn, as a hostage in a negotiation.
Wait, what? That's not even true. He has not done that. The Ford government has. Like, have you seen the amount of fucking LARPing that, the fucking education guy was going on about children? Like, you're just drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit too much, my guy.
Here in a way that is incredibly inappropriate in the views of the public. And you know what? They're going to find out the hard way that is not the way to get business done with this government. I'm sorry.
Brad, I want to get you in a second. I will. I guess I would offer like a respectful challenge. And I get what you're saying about the polling. Like I said, I don't think there's a parent here that wants to see the schools close either. But does this government see that as an opportunity, like a political window to be able to throw a hammer at unions?
No, I don't know, because we're not interested in throwing a hammer at you.
100% he is. They are willing to throw a fucking hammer at the unions. Because the Conservatives do not give a shit about the working class. If they actually did, they would have no problem with fucking 55,000 education workers going on strike. But the fact that they, do care about that and, are trying to stop them from doing so and making it illegal for them to do so shows that they care a tremendous amount if they go on strike or not.
Unions. Like this government is very well. There's a difference between public sector unions and private sector unions in terms of the way they can wield power within the labor force, and the difference.
Is there really though? I don't know if I believe that. I'm sorry, I do not believe that. Because generally speaking, a union is supposed to be having the uh the best interest of the workers at heart. And if they don't have the best interest of the union at heart, or the workers at heart, and instead decide to side with the company, or decide in, I guess in this instance, as an example, to side with the government, then they're not doing their fucking job. Unions are there to help increase the pay of workers, to make sure that they gain some of their, or some more of their surplus labor value, prevent them from being fired, like for idiotic reasons, like say getting injured on the job, or being sick, or being, I don't know, fucking 2 minutes late, or and like being able to protect them for like going on strike and shit. It doesn't matter if it's a public union or a private union. If they don't do like the bare necessities and negotiate for the workers, they have failed as a union. And then that union representative should be fucking kicked out and replaced with a new one that's elected by the fucking people in that union.
Difference in terms of their actual circumstances. So, there are a lot of schools of thought that think public sector employees should not be allowed to unionize, period.
Why? Why not? Why should they not be allowed to unionize? I would love to hear the reason why they should not be allowed to unionize. Because if they are not allowed to unionize, then why should anyone else? Like, I don't give a shit if you're privately owned, or if you're publicly owned, or whatever. You should be allowed to negotiate, or you should be allowed to unionize regardless of what kind of fucking work you do. So, yeah.
So, like, to think that these are the same kettles of fish is very different. This government has been incredibly pro-organized labor on a whole host of fronts, and that is why we have gained support politically from private sector union after private sector union, much to the disappointment and dismay of Brad Levine and the Ontario NDP.
Okay.
But that's changed, and it's going to be there for a long time.
Okay, Brad, go ahead.
But it's not anti-labor.
Yeah, well, you are anti-labor, Corey, because you just invoked the notwithstanding clause and imposed a contract on 55,000 workers. You have this distinction between if you work in construction or if you work in a school. Therefore, all of a sudden, there's a two-tier here. Doug Ford's not going to invoke the notwithstanding clause if you work in construction, but if you work at a school or if you work at a hospital or if you work anywhere in the public sector, Doug Ford is coming after you. That's what you basically said today. You can't make the distinction between two classifications of workers just because one's in the public sector, one's in the private sector. The building trade support that you got in the last election actually came from the Liberals. The New Democratic Party actually picked up public sector unions from the Liberals. What you saw is the hollowing out of Liberal support by any unions, and some went to the Conservatives, some went to the Democrats. So let's make sure that the record here is clear. Mm-hmm. But again, Corey, the notion that you claim that education workers are using children as pawns, I think is flippant, and I think it's a little bit disrespectful to the people who make their living. Who make their living day in and day out, who get paid quite poorly. $39,000 or even $45,000, whatever. That is pretty low to live in a city like Toronto, the GTA. And there was widespread support in this province for the $3.85 that CUPE was looking for. their hourly rate was going up. They agree. Even the ones that supported Doug Ford in the last election said $3.85 was a fair hourly wage increase, and they thought that $39,000 was too low. And you know what they were worried about? They were worried about you guys hollowing out our schools. These are folks that teach our children with special needs, all of those kinds of people. And if you keep paying them poorly, they're all going to leave the sector, and nobody's going to be able to teach our children in our schools, and that's the fear that this contract is going to provide.
I think you're both making salient points, and I want to get Sharon and Robin, because I've obviously dumped the next topic, and we're just going for this. But look, I think that the challenge I offered Corey, there's another challenge to Brad too, and that is on Rob, the idea that, and this is what Sharon said, that a lot of parents in this province would be uncomfortable with any threat to strike, right? Like, I get the points they're making about more. I think those points about what they earn, what they make, that's a valid negotiation to have. But why do you have to threaten to strike?
The first point I'd like to make is that never mind Elon Musk charging to get onto Twitter. I think we should charge viewers to watch the debate between Brad and Corey. Insightful and entertaining. The second point I'd like to make is that 25 years ago, when there was a province-wide strike, it ended much sooner than the teachers had hoped for, even though public opinion polls showed that they had some support at the time, because they overplayed their hand, it turned out.
I remember it. I lived in it.
That's right. And they had no end game. I'm wondering what the teacher's end game is, or the education workers' end game.
Teachers are next, Corey said.
Yes. Well, and that's why this is important.
To speculate.
No, let him finish. Sorry.
I think there's actually an interesting point here, and I think that the CUPE members are being used by the teachers' unions here in a pretty unflattering way. Brad says they want to have, would you say, $3.80 an hour increase? Anyway, what it works out to is 11%. And they want to go forward with an initial negotiation where they put the lowest wage workers first and say, oh, don't worry about what the percent is. It's just this much per hour. Well, that's 11%. Who in Ontario is expecting 11% raise this year? Who? Like nobody. But they want them to go first. But this is what the strategy is on the union side. The strategy is to put the CUPE members first. At an hourly wage to try to get a big number that is frankly completely unaffordable. The province is basically broke, just like the rest of the provinces.
Well, actually, a lot less broke than it used to be.
Facing huge cost pressures, especially in healthcare. It'd be nice if everyone could get an 11% raise, but that's not in the interest of fighting inflation. That's not in the interest of not driving the province into bankruptcy. So, you got to come to the table with something realistic, and 11% is not realistic.
Well, I understand why you come to the table, though. Like, if I'm coming asking for a raise, it's definitely going to be somewhere in and around inflation, if not more. I'm not expecting that will be the end result. Sharon, and to be fair, the teachers are in a different category income-wise, right, than education workers. That's the only point I would add to that. But I do understand that there are pressures on the province's finances, too, and that has to be a consideration. Sharon, I'll give you the last word, I think, because I'm getting yelled at in the control room. So go ahead.
I don't know how to follow these two guys after that. I think, for starters, everyone's going to hold hands and make up now. But as the true centrist that I am going to be, I think that everyone's making a valid point on what it means. I think that Corey is right. Like, no one wants to see parents, not just kids not in school, parents not at work. There's just like a whole ripple effect, and no one wants the threat of teachers going on strike. But to Brad's point, these are people who are not paid a lot of money. So I think from the perspective of the government and from CUPE's perspective, everyone needs to take the temperature down by like a lot and work through this in a way that it's not going to impact kids and families, taking into consideration what we.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing about them bringing up, the different forms of work that's covered in private and public sectors. There still are public sectors of construction. Like, who the fuck do you think, fixes like the bridges and shit in like rural town areas? Like, it's It doesn't matter because it's usually the public sector that does that, and guess what? Those people are also unionized too. So what? Should they not be allowed to go on strike? Like this is just. It's just. I don't know what to think anymore.
We've just gone through with COVID and kids being stuck at home for a long time. So I would there's no perfect answer. There's no real winner here, but at the same time, I do think the kids and families are the victims here right now of this. And we just need to be mindful of what they've dealt with in the last couple of years, just like everyone else.
God,
I
she's
appreciate
such
the
a
point
lib.
being made to conclude us. I highly doubt that's going to happen going forward. But thanks, everyone. Corey Tonight, Sharon Carr, Brad Levine, and Rob Russo. Really appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when will the Premier and his ministers stop lying about the damage they're doing to the education system?
Order. The member will withdraw his unparliamentary comment.
I will not withdraw. I'm telling the truth. They're lying.
Take his seat. Member will take his seat.
Speaker.
Order.
That was fucking
I
awesome.
will ask the member once again to withdraw his unparliamentary comment.
My remarks were accurate and true.
Let's go.
Ministers are lying.
You will be named.
I love this guy. He's true. He's telling the truth though. Like he is. What? First of all, I just gotta fucking. First of all, like he's not wrong. He is 100% right. The conservative government has been undermining the fucking education system.
Mr. Tabbins, you are named. You must leave the chamber for the day.
Bro, that's lame. Lame.
Order. Member for Sudbury is warned.
Kick him out too.
The member for Sudbury.
Is he gonna kick him out too?
Don't stop yelling. The member for Sudbury, you will be named.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
Mr. West, you are named. You must leave the chamber for the day.
Bro, come on. Why whenever, like, you know, there's opposition, like, doing the same shit that the fucking conservatives do, they're automatically named and kicked out of the fucking chamber. But when the conservatives do the exact same shit, like, they get away with it. The fuck?
The member for Davenport will come to order. Member for Davenport, you will be named if you don't stop.
Come on, bro.
Ms. Stiles, you are named. You must leave the chamber for the day.
What a piece of shit. Guy was a fucking... The first guy was a fucking legend, though.
The member for Toronto St. Paul's will come to order.
Oh, so what? You're just gonna be kicking out all the fucking all the opposition? That's very fucking democratic. Supposed to believe that a lone individual was able to get past the Secret Service over the wall, the fence. past mentioned dictators, cameras, system.
The member for Toronto St. Paul's is warned. If you continue, you will be named. Ms. Andrew, you are named. You must leave the chamber.
Most of the police attackers from Canada. Did you see that? No, I haven't really been keeping up with American politics as of late. There's been a lot of shit popping off here in Canada. But the fact that, you know, Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked is fucking psychotic. And, like, should not happen at all.
For the day.
Like, even if he is from Canada, like, fuck that guy, honestly. Heaven forbid that, you know, fucking MLAs and the fucking legislature stand up for, you know, the fucking rights of workers to go on, like, strike and shit against, like, the nonsensical fascist idiots that are running Ontario's legislature. Bro, that's fucking disgusting.
That education workers play supporting kids in our schools. The common thread in all of them is that despite the best efforts of this government to starve our education system of resources, the quality of kids' education is being protected because of the hard work of education workers and their teachers. At the end of the day, it's our kids who are going to pay the price if this Premier and his minister don't get back to the bargaining table. Will the government commit to scrapping Bill 28 and bargaining in good faith today?
Nope.
Members will please take their seats. And to reply, the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why we want to keep them in class. We'll do whatever it takes to keep students in class where they belong. We want parents to know that we're doing everything we can to make sure their child, doesn't miss a single day of class. We're at the table with a fair and reasonable offer. Matter of fact, a very fair, the best in the country, and yet the union refuses to withdraw the strike notice. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to be here. No one wants to be here and have to do this. We've heard from countless parents, endless parents. Matter of fact, there's never been an issue in 4.5 years that I've had more emails about saying, make sure my kids stay in the class every single day.
Wait, what? I don't even think that's true. Bro, Doug Ford is looking almost as bad as fucking, like, with the Emergencies Act inquiry, like him not fucking responding and threatening to sue if he has to go, or had to go, and now, like, the fucking no withstanding clause he's putting into fucking in place against, you know, the 55,000 workers that rightfully deserve an increase in pay. Like, he's just making himself look almost as fucking bad within, like, the last 2 weeks as fucking Danielle Smith.
And we know how difficult the pandemic has been on our children, but we need QP to withdraw the strike threat. And I'm not going to tolerate, Mr. Speaker, students being out of the classroom for even one day. The NDP and the Liberals either...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The supplementary question, the member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you for the applause, and thank you, Speaker. To the Premier, my question is for you. Jenny, a local parent, told my office, and I'm going to share her story. I am one of those parents whose child relies absolutely on those incredible education workers. They have to be toileted. My child needs to be supervised during meals to prevent choking, to walk safely down the stairs and up the stairs. Medication has to be administered, and yes, the child still has to learn. Speaker, this government gave 88% of their PC MPPs a $16,000, $600 raise last June. This June, Speaker, will the Premier, my question to the Premier, will this government be willing to actually give education workers a raise that they deserve and match it to inflation?
No, he does not. He does not fucking care about that.
The Premier? Through you, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. We will always support our frontline workers, plain and simple. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the fact is QP continues to threaten to shut down the classrooms. They refuse to back down from a strike. Our offer maintains the most generous, I'm going to repeat that, the most generous pension and benefit plan in the entire country, including 131 paid sick days, unheard of anywhere. We're seeing school boards confirm what will close, the doors will be closed if QP goes on strike, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we won't let that happen. Nothing matters more right now than ensuring the students remain in the classroom. We're investing over $26.6 billion in public education, the single largest investment in Ontario history, Mr. Speaker. Education funding for this year.
Thank you. Thank you. The official opposition will come to order. The next supplementary question, member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Talking points are cheap, Premier, and when it comes to education workers, they can't eat. That's why they're at the food banks. That's why they're holding down second jobs. I'm going to share another story with you, Premier, and through the Speaker. Carrie, another teacher, tells my office one of our ECEs held a little girl in her lap until her grandpa had to come because she was throwing up in a garbage can. The ECE refused to leave this little girl because she was scared and nervous. Carrie then tells me, I watched our other ECE march down to the kinders to the library because they had to evacuate the classroom while their education assistant was controlling a friend who was having a moment or episode. All these little ones had adorable, beautiful smiles on their faces as they passed the teacher's window and gave her a wave. They didn't even know that anything was wrong in their classroom despite the fact that there was. A caretaker then marched down the hallway with a bucket in hand to then clean up the mess on the floor because 4 students got sick that same day. All of that happened within a 24-hour period, all within an hour. Speaker, will this government show the fraction of emotional intelligence that we see from education workers that they exercise every—
I honestly think the Conservatives are incapable of any form of emotional intelligence. You're asking a little bit too much of the Conservatives there.
every single day and return to the bargaining table and give them a fair deal? That's right.
Premier?
Mr. Speaker, how about the students? How about the mental, emotional, and even physical well-being of 2 million students, and therefore the—
Member for Davenport will come to order. The member for Toronto St. Paul's will come to order. The member for Ottawa Centre will come to order. The Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, parents and kids have had enough. We've heard it. I've never seen anything like it. There is only one party in this legislature that is standing up for the students and the parents, and that's the PC party.
Papela.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition can't have it both ways. Either they support shutting down schools or they stand with this government and will support—
Wait, what? That's not even true. Like, no one wants to fucking shut down the schools, you clown. They want higher fucking wages.
Keeping kids in classroom. It's either strikes or students.
Response.
And we're with the students.
Thank you. The next question. The Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, again to the Premier. The government's use of the notwithstanding clause to ban workers from collective bargaining is wrong. It's something the Prime Minister and I seem to agree on, and I don't agree with him on almost anything.
True, same. I fucking hate the Prime Minister too.
Here's what the Prime Minister had to say. You're a good buddy. You're a good buddy. The suspension of people's rights is something you should only do in the most exceptional circumstances. And I really hope that all politicians call out the overuse of the notwithstanding clause to suspend people's rights and freedoms. The Premier is fond of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. I've seen the photos. So, will the Premier change
Yeah, it was very...
today?
It was very fucking awkward when he was standing with the Prime Minister. It was really funny.
Join the Prime Minister, his good friend, and condemn the use of the notwithstanding clause.
To reply, the Minister of Education.
Let me remind the member opposite that children in this province should have rights too, and they should be...
Fucking hate this guy.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear...
I can't hear the Minister. Minister of Education has the floor. Order.
Speaker, we have been clear we believe children should be in school. They have been through 2 incredibly difficult years. They have been through the most difficulty in modern...
Yeah, and it was only, like, more fucking difficult because of your guys' mishandling the fucking pandemic.
history. We have an obligation to ensure stability. We asked the union to bring forth a proposal that withdraws a strike on Friday. We gave them multiple opportunities to do so. And yesterday night at 10 p.m., hearing from the mediator and through the
Member
media,
for Davenport, come
we're
to
going to
order.
proceed with a strike that no one wants and no one should accept. Mr. Speaker,
Member for Sudbury, come to order.
The Premier made it clear we shouldn't be here.
Response.
We obviously would prefer a negotiated settlement, but so long as a strike is on the table, the government will move forward with legislation that protects stability.
Bro, you just fucking hate the working class. Be honest with yourselves.
Okay, we begin in Toronto, though, where the Ford government is using controversial means to keep schools open. 55,000 education workers are threatening to strike on Friday. To prevent that, the province is fast-tracking legislation that would impose a contract on them and bar them from the picket line. Now, this is the second time Premier Doug Ford has used the notwithstanding clause to override the Canadian Charter. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau isn't happy about it.
Using the notwithstanding clause to suspend workers' rights is wrong. I know that collective bargaining negotiations are sometimes difficult, but it has to happen. It has to be done in a respectful, thoughtful way at the bargaining table. The suspension of people's rights is something that you should only do in the most exceptional circumstances.
Which, you know, I personally think that this is like this is like way too far, this reaching that the fucking Ford government did. Bro, if you would literally just fucking go in and negotiate with the education workers, they won't fucking go on strike. It's that simple.
So we asked to speak to Ontario's Attorney General or to have a progressive Conservative MPP join this panel. Both requests were denied. Notwithstanding that, we have
Not surprising.
Ontario opposition parties. Peter Tabuns is the interim leader for the Ontario NDP. John Fraser is the interim leader for the Ontario Liberals. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me. Mr. Tabuns, I'd like to start with you. I know you are opposed to this legislation, but after 2 years of COVID-driven school interruptions, a lot of parents may agree with what the government is doing here, at least the end result of keeping kids in school. What's your sense on that?
Well, I understand the frustration of parents. The reality, though, is what the government is doing is undermining the education system. What they did in the healthcare system, where they capped wages and drove people out, has led to a crisis in our emergency rooms, has led to hallway medicine, has led to a...
Like, every single fucking thing that the Ford government has done has been fucking awful for Ontarians. Like, whether it's, like, the rights of the working class, whether it's, you know, taking care of those who work in very important sectors of society, whether that be education, you know, nursing aides or people in nursing homes, those in the health sector. It doesn't matter. The Ford government has been fucking awful in like almost every single regard, as well as like also, you know, not fucking following like federal legislation either.
A variety of problems that they should have known would happen. What they're trying to do in the education system is exactly the same. They're trying to drive people away from the system by underpaying them. We're in a situation now where we're
Yeah, so we can fucking privatize it. That's no, I don't want to. No, I don't want that.
have many people who work in the education system who are living in poverty, who are relying on food banks. That's wrong. And if you continue down that road, you can be sure that it is going to make it far more difficult for children to get the support they need in the classroom, to ensure that there are lunchrooms that are properly monitored, that rooms are cleaned. This approach of the government is one that is going to do to the education system what they've done to the healthcare system.
Mr. Fraser, Liberal governments in the past, they haven't used the notwithstanding clause, but they have used legislation to impose contracts and limit salaries in the education system. Why is this different other than the use of the notwithstanding clause, at least in terms of what the end goal is?
Well, look, I don't, you know, I said it earlier today, I don't believe that
Oh,
use in particular Bill 115 in settling contract was the right thing for us to do. I said to the government, learn from our mistakes. It ended up breaking trust with people who we worked with for 9 years to build up our education system. So there's a big risk when you do that. Using the notwithstanding clause to
like at the very least, at least liberals pretend to care, right? Like the conservatives don't even pretend to care.
settle contract negotiations instead of what it was intended for, which is to settle disputes between the federal government and provincial governments. It's just simply wrong. And they're imposing a contract on the lowest paid workers in our education system, who are mostly women. So they're the school secretaries, they're early childhood educators, they're educational assistants who work with the most exceptional, vulnerable children in our system. And the government is using this tool to essentially to bully them. And I think in some ways it's been suggested to make an example of them to other workers who may have to bargain.
Mr. I would love to ask this question now.
Yeah, because they don't want to actually do anything fucking hard. Heaven forbid they actually, you know, do something that's a little bit fucking hard and they're a little bit uncomfortable with doing. Heaven forbid they do that. You know, heaven forbid they actually do their fucking job.
Of a conservative who is on the panel, but as we said off the top, they declined to participate in this. So, Mr. Tabuns, I'm going to put it to you. I was struck today by the irony of Premier Ford sending a lawyer into court to defend his right not to testify at the commission that's happening here in Ottawa, while sending Mr. Lecce into the legislature to take away the collective bargaining rights of education workers. I wonder, how do you square that circle of the Premier's rights should be protected, but the workers' rights should be eliminated right now?
Well, I don't think you can square that circle. Respect the rights of working people, pay them decently, make sure that they don't have to rely on food banks. And frankly, when it comes to the leader of this province, he has a responsibility to show up at that inquiry to explain what was done, what he was thinking at the time. He left the people of Ottawa under siege for 28 days. He can go up to Ottawa for a day or two and explain what his thinking was, and why he didn't act more quickly to defend the people of this province. I don't think there's any way to defend what he's done, either to the workers or to his refusal to be publicly accountable.
Mr. Fraser, same
because he
question
doesn't
to you. Your
care.
thoughts on the Premier's extraordinary attempts to protect his right to parliamentary privilege and his extraordinary efforts to take away CUPE's right to strike?
Well, first of all, Peter's right. The Premier.
We give way too many fucking privileges to the fucking legislature, whether that be federally or provincially, because all that it does is just lead fucking crooks like Doug Ford to essentially do whatever the fuck they want.
Should just testify and explain to the residents of Ottawa why he didn't take action for 2 weeks and apologize. And, I can think of 3 premiers in the province of Ontario who all, when they were called to testify either to an inquiry or a committee or in court, all answered that call because they know that that's their job, that's their responsibility. They didn't shirk their responsibility. And it is pretty incredible that the premier would shirk this responsibility and at the same time say to the lowest paid workers in our education system, the people we depend on to ensure that our schools are safe, welcoming places to learn, to impose a contract on them. It's just, it is unbelievable. And it's almost like they don't care what people think.
Because they
I
don't.
can't believe that they're doing it.
All right, I want to get back just to the issue of the labor issue. Mr. Tabuns, start with you. We are in a situation now where the union has said they will protest or do some sort of a job action on Friday, regardless of the status of the legislation. And we heard from Education Minister Lecce yesterday saying that it was the union's refusal to take a strike option off the table that led to this. I've never seen a union willingly agree to give up labor action or job action during negotiations. I mean, what do you make of the Education Minister's position there?
I think
he's a psycho.
I think the education minister is just simply providing cover for himself. If he was serious about coming to an agreement, he'd be at the negotiating table. He wouldn't have left that table. He has the power. He has the financial resources. He has the legal power to sit down, negotiate a fair deal, and make sure that things go forward in our schools on Friday and the days after that. I don't think he's interested, frankly. I think he's interested in beating up on these workers. I think that's indefensible.
Mr. Fraser, just to build on that, though, we are going to have some sort of a job action, it seems, from CUPE on Friday. We've seen school boards, including, I believe, the Toronto District School Board, saying we have to close our schools. We can't function without these workers. But this legislation calls for very stiff fines for unions, leaders, and individuals should they take some sort of a job action. So where do you think this goes on Friday if there is not sort of a negotiated resolution between now and the end of this week?
Like, what? Are they going to arrest, like, all fucking 55,000 workers that decide to go on strike? No, they won't. Because if they do, well, then who the fuck is going to teach their kids that they, so desperately want to keep in school? Like, who the fuck's going to do it? Let's be honest. No one. Because if they, do end up doing that, like, who the fuck is going to want to work for, the fucking education sector then, if that's how they're going to fucking treat education workers? Like, no one will.
Well, first of all, it's not fair. And it's really just simply a case of bad faith bargaining. Bargaining from the government's end has been in the media from day one. But here's the thing. This legislation the government's put forward, they didn't write it over the weekend. It would have taken at least a week or two to write this legislation. So the government's intent was very clear. They were going to use this to make an example of the lowest paid workers in our schools. Right? And they were going to use, as some have described, a nuclear option. They were going to use the notwithstanding clause to solve labor negotiations and get what they wanted. It's simply wrong. The government had intent to do this, I think, for more than just Monday morning. As I said, you don't write this legislation overnight. It just doesn't happen that way.
And Mr. Tabuns, this is the third time they threatened to use it. The second time they've actually started to use it. I mean, the notwithstanding clause is in the Constitution, but it's not meant to be an easy button, right? It's meant to be for extreme cases. I mean, what are your thoughts just on the sort of the...
Yes, it's very extreme that, people who want to negotiate higher wages are threatening to go on strike, whilst those that provide the wages don't want to actually go to the negotiating table, and they're just going to be fucking using it because it makes their lives a little bit easier. Yes, the fucking those that want to bargain are such a big fucking threat to society. We should just all throw them in fucking jail, right?
Enthusiastic use of the notwithstanding clause by the Ford government.
Well, this is a government that doesn't seem to actually have any regard for constitutional rights and protections. That
True.
is willing to sweep them aside when it's in the way of their policy goals. I think they're wrong. I think that they are showing themselves to be a government that doesn't care what happens to our schools, to our parents, our children, to the workers who are in those schools, looking after our kids, making sure that they get the education that they need, making sure that they're safe. A disdain for democratic protections seems to go along with this disinterest in actually making the schools work well.
Okay. Gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there. I'd like to thank you both for joining me tonight. That's Peter Tabuns. He's the interim leader for the Ontario NDP. John Fraser is the interim leader for the Ontario Liberals. A reminder, we did ask the Ford Conservatives.
Well, like, the Liberals and the NDP are, like, 100% right. Like, the Liberals would, as much as I fucking hate libs, they would actually probably go to the fucking table to negotiate.
To provide someone, they declined that opportunity. All right, so that was the opposition's reaction to Ontario's back to work legislation. Now we're going to hear from the union at the center of all of this. Laura Walton is president of CUPE's Ontario School Boards Council of Unions and an educational assistant. She lives in Toronto. Ms. Walton, I'd like to start with this. We spoke to Education Minister Stephen Lecce yesterday. I want to get your reaction to his statement on why legislating this contract was necessary. Have a listen to this.
I would have preferred to have had a voluntary agreement signed yesterday, or at least a path to one, with the commitment that the union would take the strike off the table on Friday. But they didn't, and we're here, and we're acting as we said we would to make sure these kids stay in school.
Okay, so he says you wouldn't take strike action off the table. What's your response to what the education minister said?
Well, you know, I'm really interested in how the education minister is spinning this. We got a phone call early Sunday morning asking us to come to a meeting. It was when I was here, not even with my full bargaining team, but with my co-lead and another member, where they provided us a pass and said, either you take this or we legislate it. And you know, that's not bargaining. That's an ultimatum. And I was reminded today that this government has never actually negotiated with us. In 2019, they legislated our wage in the midst of bargaining while we were sitting at the table. This time, they came with a full package that would be ripping away, you know, our rights again. It seems like this government doesn't understand what their role is. And what's really interesting is they've really
I mean, when you have Doug Ford as a leader, like, I can't necessarily say I blame them, because Doug Ford is, like, not the sharpest tool in the shed. Like, bro, even probably his fucking brother who smoked crack is smarter than him.
Overstepped their role in the School Board Collective Bargaining Act, you know, which is supposed to be between us and the school boards associations.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do now? What are you advising your members to do now? I mean, you got this ultimatum, as you described it, this take it or leave it or legislate it offer on Sunday, and now it's ramming through the legislature with attempts to have it in place by the end of this week. What do your workers do on Friday? What are you advising them to do?
So we are staying the course. We are here bargaining. We have just nicely received, you know, late this morning, a printed copy for each of our bargaining team of the pass. We have gone through it. We had to request a pass that actually showed what changes were made, because that wasn't provided to us originally. And now we are working together to see, you know, hey, what can we do? Where can we go on this? And I think that that's really super important as we move forward as a team. We're going to keep working. It's just a bill that has been introduced into legislature. It has not been passed yet, much to, you know, the, you know, chagrin perhaps of this minister who keeps talking about it being a done deal. It's not done yet. And we will carry on with the strike on Friday if there is no other, you know, if a collective agreement has not been reached.
Let's go.
But what really makes me sad about this is it didn't have to be this way. We served notice 150 days ago for this ministry to come and talk to us, for the School Boards Association to come and talk to us, to recognize that we're the lowest paid workers in the entire education sector, that we don't have this magnificent pension that this minister keeps talking about. And, you know, we've only had 15 days of bargaining over 150 days. It seems so clear, and I want to...
Honestly, that's like nothing. Like, you'd think that they would have more than just 15 days of bargaining.
Agree with, you know, with John Fraser, this was not written overnight. This document, we feel, has probably been written since June, and they've just been waiting for when they could provide it to us.
I wonder if you could indulge me with some clarification, though. You say you're going to go ahead with the strike on Friday because at this moment the legislation isn't passed. But if the legislation is passed by Friday, that strike would be illegal, and individual members could be fined $4,000 a day, and the union, I think it's 500,000 or some very large number. I mean, do you go ahead with the strike if those financial penalties are in place?
Yeah?
Yes.
Bro, we've seen what happened to the fucking hogs that were, like, during COVID, you know, when they would be fucking fined. Like, yeah, no, if people are unhappy, they're going to be fucking, they don't give a shit about, like, the financial aspect of it.
And it'll be up to the workers. And we have been talking to workers, and the workers, contrary to what, the premier is talking, the workers have always been center in this fight. The workers are tired. They feel disrespected by this government, a government who capped their wages, a government who didn't recognize that they were on site in schools throughout this pandemic, a government that, didn't even recognize them for the work that they have been doing and now is legislating them. And my understanding is actually today in Queen's Park said, this should be a sign for all other workers. Education workers, QP education workers are tired of being disrespected. They're tired of workers being disrespected. They are just not sure why it is that this government feels the need to be so divisive. They are parents, often parents of students with needs themselves. None of us want to go on strike, but we can't afford to do our jobs any longer. There is a real concern about a mass exodus from this sector by education workers who are finally saying, I can't afford to do this. I'm going to go seek work elsewhere.
Just setting aside the argument the government is making, I'm sure you've heard it from parents. They don't want another disruption in the school system. So whether they agree with Minister Lecce's tactics or not, they may well agree with the sentiment that after a couple of years of kids being out of school, they can't really go through it again. I mean, do you understand that sentiment? And it seems to be something that perhaps the government is counting on in the way they're framing the actions that they're taking to stop you from walking off the job on Friday.
Listen, I'm a mom. I don't want my 16-year-old to be out of school either. But what I want even less than that is for a government who takes away the human rights and the charter rights of workers. What this does is set a precedent that every single time a worker tries to exercise their rights under the Canadian Charter, that the government can step in and strip them away. That's an extremely dangerous situation that
we've already seen that the Conservatives don't really give a shit about, like, the charter. Like, you have a bunch of, like, idiots who, like, oh yeah, I fucking live by the charter, and then, like, whenever, the fucking charter is actually being fucking violated by their dumbass fucking hog governments that they elected, they're completely okay with it when it's not happening to them, or in some instances even when it's happening to them. Like, it's just ridiculous.
We are in right now, and I really think that people need to seriously consider what is it that this government is doing.
But, like, the main thing when it comes to fucking when it comes down to teachers and those who work within the education sector is that they tend to either vote Liberal or NDP because they don't fucking cut their wages like the Conservatives do.
This is not about a worker strike. There are other ways that this could have been avoided. What this is a stripping of workers' rights, an attack on the lowest paid workers, and an attack on a predominantly female workforce at a time where, they no longer can afford to keep going. It is completely, absolutely draconian. And I'm shocked because, what we're hearing from parents is that, yes, they don't want disruption either, but they do not want a government that is ripping away the rights of people. No one should be doing that.
But
a labor disruption, that's not exactly what I would call an emergency.
But the bottom line, Ms. Walton, is we do have a government, or you do have a government in Ontario that is doing that. They do have a sizable majority, and they seem intent on getting their way, and it seems like this will be done by Friday. Are you? They've taken away court challenges in this, so I wonder what next step your union has to potentially head this off. And if you do strike and they start fining your members $4,000, given what you said to us about the income levels of your members, I mean, how do they handle that? How does the union potentially pay for that?
So the union will be there to support our workers as we have always done, and in a way that this government clearly cannot. And I think what we really need to be looking for in the next little while is, why is this minister not coming to the table and bargaining a real deal?
Because he doesn't
and
care.
taking a look at what it needs to keep the workforce going. In that legislated agreement, there is no, inclusion of extra services to keep our kids in school and keep them safe, keep them secure and successful. As a matter of fact, if you read what is actually coming in as our contract, many of the things that they claim that they're about are not actually contemplated. The proposals that we have on the table actually contemplate how do we get services to support children. I think really
because they don't give a shit about the children. They only use children as a talking point so they can fucking virtue signal to their idiotic fucking supporters.
Intention of this government has become very clear. And, at some point, I think we all need to recognize that if we do not fight now as a society against this government, when do we say, as the government likes to say all the time?
Well, it depends, right? How fucking far right do they want to go? Or are people comfortable with going? Because it honestly seems like, people are okay with, the Nazi shit when it's not happening to them. Just saying.
Enough is enough.
Okay.
This is a government that claimed that they were working for workers, that they were about better jobs and bigger paychecks. And I think we saw this week that those were empty campaign promises and nothing more.
Okay, Laura Walton, we're going to leave it there. I suspect we may want to talk to you on Friday. Thank you very much. That's Laura Walton. She's the president of CUPE's Ontario School Boards Council of Unions.
Laura Walton, president of the CUPE Ontario School Board Council, is speaking to the media on the latest on the contract negotiations. We'll listen in live now.
We are laser focused on getting a deal. We have made significant moves in all areas in hopes of reaching a deal while ensuring that workers have good wages and that students and families have better services. And yet, it has been the consistent theme ever since we first asked to negotiate the very first day possible on June 3rd, more than 150 days ago, that the Conservative government is dragging their feet.
Not surprising.
What's changed now is that instead of delaying and stalling, the government is outright refusing to participate. You're left wondering if they ever wanted a deal at all. We had hoped that this government would recognize the importance of bargaining and appreciate that my 55,000 frontline education coworkers need a fair agreement. Their behavior has shown they do not. My coworkers and I still want to reach a negotiated agreement that will guarantee the types of services that students need to succeed, help school boards solve their very real problems of hiring and keeping qualified employees, and provide education workers with the long overdue wage increases that they
Bro, what is that buzzing?
In response, this government has stalled. They've said no to every proposal. They've offered only cuts. And this week they introduced legislation that would impose a collective agreement and drive more of my coworkers, the lowest paid education workers in the province, further into poverty. With his actions and his words, the Minister of Education has indicated throughout this process that he doesn't understand how negotiations work. Well, allow me to play my role as an educational assistant and ensure that every student understands the material. The right to strike is a fundamental right. It was upheld by the Supreme Court. It's an indispensable part of collective bargaining, and there is no effective bargaining process without it. Workers organizing each other and mobilizing through a potential strike is the only way that workers can get even close to leveling the playing field. That's true in the private sector. It's especially true in the public sector, when the employer is the government that has shown their true authoritarian colors and has a history of trampling workers' rights. The Ford government's actions have moved this beyond a question of better jobs and better services. They have attacked all workers. Stephen Lecce is saying to my co-workers, give up your rights before I strip them. We are not willing to let him do that, and we will defend and exercise our rights. Serving strike notice was completely legal. Our central bargaining committee, made up of frontline education workers from across the province, has followed every single legal process as required from the beginning. We've done nothing out of the ordinary. And unlike the Ford government, we remain at the table, ready to bargain. The strike date is not interfering with bargaining. Two things are interfering. The first is a piece of regressive legislation currently on the floor of Queen's Park that strips away the rights of workers. The second is the minister's complete refusal to negotiate. This government owes it to students, to families, to workers, and to all Ontarians to change their course. I will now open for questions. Chris.
Hi there, thanks. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, I think we watched this.
This is a deal that we're really happy with. We're really proud to be able to recommend this to members. They've had a long, difficult few years, as we all have with COVID.
New details about the tentative agreement between the union representing British Columbia's 49,000 public school teachers and the province. The BC Teachers Federation...
Is BC planning on going on strike too? Bro, let's go. Let's go!
...says it includes increased health benefits, prep time for elementary school teachers, and wage increases, up to $13,500 more a year for teachers at the top of the salary grid.
Over the course of the contract, it will be a significant pay jump. For the average member, they're going to see their pay catch up to colleagues across country, as I said, at the top of the scale.
Well, at least, like, you know, BC teachers don't have to put up with the shit that fucking Ontarian teachers have to put up with.
We're going to be on a par with or just ahead of our colleagues in places like Calgary and Toronto.
But there's skepticism BC teachers really will see their pay catch up to those in other cities.
There definitely is a salary improvements for teachers.
Well, that's good.
And it's supposed to bring us at par, if not better. But my understanding is that Ontario teachers are still bargaining. And so what does that look like? If they gain, BC...
Bro, at least in Ontario, you can actually have fucking bargaining power, comparatively to in Ontario, where, you know, what's that? You want to fucking bargain for better wages and shit? Okay, well, fuck you. We're not gonna do that. We're going on strike. We'll pay a fuck ton of fines.
Teachers will still have not achieved across Canada.
Burr says while there are a lot of great things in the tentative agreement, it doesn't go far enough on working conditions, especially when it comes to specialist teachers who she says are not replaced when they can't come in.
We're already in a very populated school district. Class sizes are already full. And so when you have kids that have needs and teachers not being replaced, it has implications.
Jason Ellis, an associate professor of educational studies at UBC, says it's surprising the agreement doesn't address class size and composition.
That's the issue that has caused...
That's honestly kind of surprising. I thought for sure that would be part of it.
A great deal of controversy over the past, 20 or more years in BC education. And so, you know, the fact that it is not addressed or it was not an issue in this round of negotiations is quite striking. But in other ways, it's not surprising because their members, like everyone else in the province, is going to have to deal with inflation and what inflation does to real wages.
Johnston says the BCTF wasn't able to get the employer to budge on class size and composition.
That's definitely a frustration. Our members need those workload conditions improved.
Teachers will vote on the deal later this month. In Vancouver, Monica Gould, City News.
Bro, at least they're not fucking facing the shit that Ontario is. Like, my god.
Friday strike by Ontario's education support workers is a step closer as the Ford government pushes forward with its controversial legislation to impose a contract on them and use the notwithstanding clause so they have no way to fight it. The Premier made it clear today he is not backing down.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the opposition, stop attacking and going after our students, stop going after our parents. They talk about 54,000 workers. We're talking over 1 million parents that would take work off because you want to feather the nest of the heads of the union. That's unacceptable.
I love when fucking conservatives like attack unions, because that's not how fucking unions work, my guy. Doug Ford is a fucking moron.
We want to take care of the frontline, hard-working, educational workers.
Yeah, that's literally what they're trying to do, you moron.
And we'll always have their backs.
Debate to pass the new legislation began at 5 o'clock this morning in order to make it law by Thursday and make a walkout illegal. The union is vowing that all education support workers will strike on Friday anyway, even though fines could add up to more than 200.
Yeah, they're not afraid of the fucking fines or the threats that the Ford government's been putting in place. Like, fuck you, we're gonna be doing it anyways.
$20 million per day.
This government needs to sit down with the education workers and actually negotiate, not dictate, actually negotiate and come to a deal that everyone can live with.
The Prime Minister weighed in on the unprecedented move,
Uh-oh.
voiced his displeasure.
Using the notwithstanding clause to suspend workers' rights is wrong.
The notwithstanding clause.
Yeah, but you'll have hogs being like, well, what about your unnecessary act of using the fucking Emergencies Act to get rid of a little bit of, or get a couple of peaceful protesters out of Ontario, brother? Like, it's the same fucking people that will do that.
Is known as the nuclear button that provinces can use to override parts of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It has never been used in a labor dispute before. Despite Trudeau's good relationship with Doug Ford, he wants others to put pressure on the Premier as well.
And I really hope that all politicians call out the overuse of the notwithstanding clause to suspend people's rights and freedoms.
The government and the union started out far apart, and the gap has barely moved. CUPE, which represents the lowest paid workers in education, like education assistants, office staff, and early childhood educators, has been asking for a roughly 11.7% increase each year for 4 years. The government's latest offer on Sunday was a 2.5% increase to workers making less than $43,000 and a 1.5% raise for those making more.
I do hope in my heart that we can proceed with children being in school without disruption.
While the provincial government and union appear to be careening toward a Friday strike, the union did present a revised offer this morning, and a government source said they would.
It feels like I've seen that color combination somewhere before, where I've seen it.
Be open to negotiate if the mediator requests it. Despite it being a labor issue, the labor minister was not available to answer questions outside the legislature for the second day in a row.
Very convenient.
The opposition was, though.
It's the wrong thing to do. They know it. If you're proud of it, then come out here and stand behind it.
I think the government has been planning this for months. I mean, look at that legislation. It's a hefty piece. It wasn't written overnight.
There are still 2 more days scheduled for negotiations. Essentially, parents, students, and workers are in a holding pattern to see what happens next.
Okay, so I have seen a content creator I have seen a content creator on TikTok that is a teacher, and he was actually interviewed on on CTV, I think. So we'll watch his interview.
Last night on CTV News Channel. Let's check it out.
Bring in Frank Dominic. He's an Ontario teacher and parent. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for having me.
What's your take on, I'm going to say the situation, the fact that there's back to work legislation being put through that would stop essentially a strike by education workers?
Honestly, that's not why the notwithstanding clause even exists in the first place. So it's like using a nuclear bomb to hammer in a nail. Why would you even do that?
So we know this government has used it before, and clearly they're ready and willing to use it now. You obviously side with education workers. Tell me a little bit more about why.
I'm a teacher. My wife is a teacher. My parents worked for the public sector. I grew up in a public sector family. I grew up in a union family. And what
Let's
that
go.
taught me growing up, and what I've learned, whether it was when I went to university and I worked in the private sector and as a teacher, you have to support everybody. And the people who are working for CUPE, what is it? The average is $39,000 a year. So Doug and Lecce, two guys who were born with silver spoons in their mouths,
True.
who never had to worry about money ever once in their entire
QP asking, yearly wage increase of $3.25 per hour, 11.7%. Early childhood educators in every kindergarten class. 5 additional paid days before the start of the school year. 30-minute minimum, or 30 minutes of paid daily prep time. Increase in overtime pay. $100 million of investment in new job creation.
entire lives, who always say that they're out for the little guy, are trying to pick on and bully some of the people in our society who do critical work, who make money that does not allow them to live in the cities in which they have to work.
True.
I can't stand by.
Oftentimes, teachers will have to pick up extra fucking jobs in order just to stay afloat in the cities, especially like in Toronto or Ottawa, etc., which is psychotic.
Watch that and be silent.
You're a parent as well. So my question to you is, how concerned are you about your child once again missing school?
What I'm more concerned about is the long-term irreparable damage that it's going to cause to the education system. If we don't pay our EAs, if we don't pay our custodians, if we don't pay our secretaries a proper wage, they're all going to quit. Because if 51% of CUPE members right now are working 2 jobs, if they can't continue to put food on the table, they will leave to find other work, and we will not have the bodies to fill up our schools. So what I'm concerned about is whether or not if my kid in the future develops a learning disability, they're going to have an EA or other educational support staff that are going to be there to help them. That's what I'm concerned about.
What do teachers and other staff rely on from these workers?
Everything.
I have in my classes in the past, I've had students who, like, sometimes I just don't have the skills to teach them in the way that they need to be taught. And we do what we can, but when we have classes of, like, for example, this year I started a semester with 37 kids in my class.
Fucking 37? That's insane, man.
I don't have the time to individually go to each and every one of them and give them the tools that they need. So when we have people who can work with them, and this is more important, even more critical at the elementary school level, but when we have people who can work with them one-on-one and can get to know them intimately and really develop a relationship with them and learn about them.
Yeah, like teachers do unironically want to, do the best job that they can for each individual students, but when they're given a fuck ton of students to teach and not necessarily get to everyone and answer their questions, like they can't like actually form a connection and like invest the resources into their fucking jobs.
And teach them. It's reciprocal. The kid teaches them how they need to be taught. And when you have 30 plus kids in the classroom, you just can't do that with each and every one.
True.
So what is your concern down the road? You mentioned
I would even argue up to 20 plus students. I think at most like maybe 15 per class. Like that might help out teachers, being able to actually help the students that actually need it, or just help out the students in general.
that you're concerned about long-term damage or long-term effect. Can you explain a little bit more about what you meant?
I was a kid during some of the most hectic eras in education. When we talk about Ray and Ray Days, and when we talk about Mike Harris, I lived through that, not as an adult, but as a student. And I lived through that as a student who had both vocal teachers and vocal parents who helped to raise me and let me understand the way that the world works. And I saw firsthand the way that things changed. I saw what happened when our math system changed. And everyone talks about how there's issues with math now. And when we look at math scores internationally, it's not just a Canadian thing. It's a problem internationally. But I have
Yeah,
seen
the math scores, especially like within like the West, have been declining because we don't fucking actually give a shit about the math scores and everything comparatively to the international scores, and trying to improve on that.
what happens when we make bad choices and the ripple effects it has and how long it takes to build back up. If we make these mistakes now, my kid is going to have to face the repercussions of that through her entire elementary and high school experience. That's over a decade. It's going to take over a decade to fix this if we allow this system to collapse. Because ultimately, the way that I see it is, when you listen to what Lecce was saying prior to the pandemic, talking about all these different ways to privatize education, bringing in private credit farms and the mandatory online learning credits, it seems to me that what they are trying to do is starve the beast and force the system to fail. They don't want it to work out right. They want people to quit. They want the system to fail. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Frank, Dominic, I've got to leave it there, sir. I'm out of time with you, but thanks very much for sharing your opinion on this.
Yeah, math scores. China isn't first. Singapore. We are only in 12th. Like, it's nowhere as bad as like other countries, like say France or the US.
Appreciate that.
Like US is very, very fucking very, very fucking far behind. Like, bro, they're behind Hungary. How the hell does that happen? Like, we're not terrible, but we don't even crack like the top 10. Like, I'm personally really good at math. I enjoy doing math as well as science. I enjoy science. I fucking hate reading though. But yeah, like we're fucking clapped by literally everything in literally everything by China, Singapore, and like in mathematics and science, we're fucking clapped by Japan as well. Come on, bro. Okay, on to this. Several GTA school boards have outlined their contingency plans should thousands of Ontario education workers walk off the job later this week. The Canadian Union of Public Employees, or CUPE, which represents about 55,000 education staff, gave 5 days' notice of a potential strike this weekend if a new deal isn't reached with the government by Friday. The Ford government introduced legislation on Monday which would prevent a work stoppage, though it remains to be seen if they can get the legislation passed before Friday's strike date. CUPE has declared their own intentions to stage a walkout on Friday despite the province's move. The Toronto School District Board, the Toronto District School Board, TDSB, has confirmed they will not hold in-person classes on Friday. As a result of the announcement, the board will have no option but to close all schools for in-person learning for all students on Friday, November 4th, 2022, the TDSB noted in a news release. Student supervision and safety are our top priorities, and without the important services of those school-based employees, we cannot guarantee that our learning environments will remain safe and clean for all students. The TDSB says that while there were no in-person classes, third-party childcare operators in the TDSB schools will remain open between 8 a.m. to 4:45 p.m. due to the strike action. The TDSB says all in-person continuing education classes are also cancelled. The Toronto Catholic District School Board, the CDSB, said Sunday they would be forced to cancel all classes for the duration of the strike if there is a full withdrawal of services. We understand that this news is difficult and may be the source of stress among families and their children, particularly after the circumstances of the pandemic. The CDSB's Director of Education, Dr. Brennan Brown, and Chair of the Board, Angela Kennedy, in a joint letter to parents and guardians. The Peel District School Board, PDSB, announced that all students would participate in online learning on Friday and that school buildings would be closed. In a letter to parents and guardians, PDSB officially said teachers and support staff would be remotely available to support students with online learning. Students are asked to log onto their virtual learning environments, VEL or VLE, to receive assignments and access support from their teachers. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board, DPCDSB, has yet to decide whether classrooms will stay open, noting that both boards remain hopeful that a resolution can be reached at the current negotiation impasse. We understand not having concrete information is difficult for your family planning. We are monitoring the situation, and as it unfolds, we will share with you our next steps on a daily basis. The said PDSB Director of Education, Ramshi Swarup. Officials with the York Catholic School District Board says in the event of a strike, all schools will be closed on Friday, and school buses won't be running as well. Before and after care programs will be canceled. Full-day child care centers will be able to remain open at the discretion of the operator. Any job by QP members will significantly impact the operations of our schools and our ability to keep schools safely open, the YCDSB said in a letter to parents. While the situation remains fluid, we recommend that families start making alternative childcare arrangements. The York Religion District School Board says all its schools will be closed to students on Friday. Teachers will communicate with their class regarding learning for the anticipated closure on November 4th. Anxeropsis learning will occur for students who regularly attend in person, while virtual classes will operate as scheduled on November 4th. Families are strongly encouraged to make alternative arrangements for your children prior to protests. The protest, please do not send any students to school on November 4th, board said in a settlement. Full childcare programs operating at schools are anticipated to operate normally, however, will close by 4:30. Please confirm with your provider before and after school programs closed. Yeah, it's essentially like everything's gonna be closed outside of like childcare. So it's gonna be fun. All right, let's move on to Lula's presidency and how he won.
Tonight, anger boiling in Brazil, a symptom of a contentious presidential election. Current President Jair Bolsonaro's supporters unwilling to accept his narrow but decisive defeat. In the days following his loss to opponent Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva on Sunday, Bolsonaro fell quiet while his supporters grew louder. Amid the unrest, almost 2 days after his election loss, Bolsonaro finally addressed the nation.
Sempre fui rotulado como antidemocrático e, ao contrário dos meus acusadores.
I mean, like, here's the thing though, Bolsonaro is a piece of shit, and like was like fascist as well. So even if like Lula is a gigantic fucking lib, it's still like way better than this fucking clown.
Sempre joguei dentro das quatro linhas da Constituição.
Just as telling is what Bolsonaro did not say. While his chief of staff said they would begin the transition of power, Bolsonaro never formally conceded, he never recognized his opponent's victory, and he said the protesters are right, but should remain peaceful.
I think he is saying these kinds of things just like Trump did in order to send messages to his supporters.
I mean, yeah, like it's essentially like the entire fucking like if you look at Bolsonaro's like fan base and like Trump's fan base, for a lack of better terms, like they're essentially the fucking same, except one is Brazilian, one's American. Like they share the same fucking like ideals and shit.
That he still loves them. If you recall the comment that Donald Trump made on January 6th when he asked them to go home.
Protesters carrying flags bearing Bolsonaro's face blocked roads. They blocked highways, facing off with police on roads leading to Sao Paulo airport, even causing flight delays, squeezing the supply to and from major cities in Brazil. How long the protests will persist is not clear, but the impact...
I fucking love hogs, man. Regardless of where you go, hogs are always going to be so much fun.
...is creating an uphill battle for the Silva as he readies to assume power.
With such a divided country, what is Lula's agenda moving forward?
I think he's going to spend a lot of time in the international arena working on climate change, defending the Amazon.
I mean, like, that's all good shit, though. And, like, regardless of, like, what happened, like, a vast majority of what was going to be happening to the Amazon and shit was riding on this election. And I'm glad to see that, you know, we actually got someone who claims to care and everything. Well as like, I don't know where Lula stands politically. I don't really know too much about Brazilian politics. All I know is Bolsonaro was a piece of shit.
Deforestation. He'll also have to
I think he's
tackle a very
socialist, right?
complicated economic situation because of inflation and other problems in the country.
Okay. Marissa joins us now live in studio here. So, Marissa, a couple questions. First, has President Bolsonaro reached out to Lula yet? Because, as you reported, it's very ambiguous
nope.
what he's saying, whether he's conceding or not.
Right. So it's tradition for them to speak to each other directly. However, that has not happened. What we understand is the vice president for Bolsonaro has spoken to the vice president for Lula, promising to help the transition of power, but nothing direct. And as we mentioned in the piece, the chief of staff for Bolsonaro has promised to help the transition of power, but nothing from Bolsonaro yet.
So it looks like some bridges are being built, but we're not right there. I have to ask you about these protests because they're slowing the economy. The economy is already in trouble in Brazil. Is there any sign that the blockades with the truckers or the airports, that's going to be gone come tomorrow?
Yes and no, because if you look at things on the ground right now, they have slowed down a little bit, but that's because of a Supreme Court order in Brazil. So they had ordered for state police to come in, and a lot of the barricades that we were talking about in the piece have been taken down. However, our crews on the scene are telling us that a lot of these truck driving protesters are actually saying they have every intention of going back out come tomorrow once state police are out of there. And tomorrow's a national holiday in Brazil. So they say they're planning on taking the holiday to actually demonstrate in front of military headquarters and demanding that the military take action to keep Bolsonaro in power. So Tom, yet another day of holding our breath, waiting to see what
The funny thing is that even though Lula was like arrested and thrown in jail, he still had more fucking support behind him than Bolsonaro. Like that is like that's the funniest shit to me. Like, come on, bro, you clearly lost.
We will be watching and reporting all of it. Okay, Marissa, thank you so much.
It is one of the most stunning political comebacks of former President Luis Ignacio da Silva, or Lula, once jailed on corruption charges, returns to
Yeah, that's the funniest shit, is like what Lula was like in fucking prison for is laughable by like Brazilian politician standards. Because Bolsonaro has literally said, he thinks that like 14-year-olds are fucking attractive and, wants to have sex with them. As well as like, claiming that, when he went over to the fucking girl's house and, fucking the other kids were getting dressed and everything, he automatically assumed that they were like being sex trafficked or some shit like that. And like, okay, if that's the case, then fucking do something about it, and not trying to fucking hit on minors.
Lead Brazil. Lula says he was resurrected. They wanted to bury me alive, and I'm here. The leftist Lula was popular in poorer areas, promising to help pull Brazilians out of poverty, a tough goal given rising inflation and Brazil's sputtering economy. But Lula's win was as much a rejection of Brazil's polarizing far-right president, loved and loathed, who won nearly half the country but could not get over 50% of the votes. His loyal, passionate fans devastated now.
Bro, this reminds me so much of the fucking of all the Trump fucking stans crying when he lost to a fucking corpse. Oh, it's so funny. It reminds me of that. And those fucking fascist tears taste so good. I love the taste of fascist tears. They're so fucking tasty. Like,
Jair Bolsonaro cast his vote in Rio de Janeiro, predicting victory with God's help, but he's failed. Voters rejecting his conservative brand of Christian family values, military might, and COVID mistakes. But the vote was close.
Yeah, dog. You literally had fucking like like cartels in Brazil being like, actually, fucking doing something about COVID, which, I don't necessarily agree with how they went about it, but, it was still good that they, at least tried to fucking protect the general population from COVID.
Close, raising fears the losing president will not leave quietly. Bolsonaro had already
Oh
seeded the
man,
political
I fucking
landscape
love
that
this.
should he lose, it was a sign the vote was rigged, and his support...
Bro, Bolsonaro is literally just the Brazilian Trump, let's be honest. He's literally just the Brazilian Trump because he's preaching the exact same shit that Donald Trump was. If we lose the election because the vote is rigged, they can't take us. They can't take no. It's just funny.
Orders have parroted that, in spite of no evidence yet of widespread voting fraud.
Fucking
His
awesome.
loss and Lula's win is critical for Brazil's rainforest, too.
I fucking love
Lula
this.
promises to fight deforestation and strengthen environmental protections in the Amazon. But his government will have to battle illegal land grabbing and mining already entrenched in the forest.
Bro, I fucking love watching hogs cry when their fucking fascist leader loses.
Just 3 years after walking out of a prison cell in Brazil, the man known universally as Lula will walk back into the president's office. A stunning comeback for Brazil's ex-president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who returns to power after a corruption scandal landed him in jail.
Which is really funny.
The left-wing leader won Sunday's election with the tightest margin of victory, garnering just 50.9% of the votes, compared to right-wing President Jair Bolsonaro's 49.1%. As of Monday afternoon, Bolsonaro, a close ally of former President Donald Trump,
Automatically, if you're like a very fucking close ally of Trump, automatic red flag. I'm sorry. Like, if you're like fucking tight with that man, like, automatic red flag, automatic jail, right? That just seems fair.
had yet to concede.
For many, Bolsonaro's silence is not a surprise. He's been warning for months without proof that the country's electronic voting machines could be rigged. Election officials, however, have reassured that there was no evidence of fraud on Sunday.
There's fraud, believe me. There's fraud, bro. Come on.
Bolsonaro's backers
totally,
are
right?
still rejecting the results. In one instance, demonstrators burned tires to block a highway in the hours after his loss. After declaring Lula the winner, the country's top election official signaled the president-elect will inherit a deeply divided Brazil. Following an extremely polarized campaign, Bolsonaro is the first Brazilian incumbent to lose a presidential election. I don't know if he will concede, Lula said in his acceptance speech.
He probably won't.
He would seek
He will probably literally pull the exact same shit that Trump did.
to unite the nation.
Bolsonaro is an extreme rightist, and although Lula is a man of the left.
This political scientist says this wasn't really an election between left and right.
More than anything else, this was a struggle between democracy and autocracy, and democracy won barely, by the way.
Lula hailed his comeback with a one-word tweet: democracy. He's set to take office on January 1st.
So
Defeated Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro still hasn't publicly conceded defeat to leftist rival Lula. Brazil is on edge, with pro-Bolsonaro truckers setting up roadblocks throughout the country to protest Lula's return to power. Well, let's get more on that story now. Will Denslow is with us from Rio de Janeiro this morning. Will, good morning to you. Bolsonaro is reportedly working on an address to the nation. If he refuses to accept defeat, how could he possibly contest the result?
Well, Hilary, that's right. We're nearly a day and a half since that announcement was released that Lula will be the next president here in Brazil, and still nothing that we've heard here from the current president, Jair Bolsonaro. However, a cabinet minister, says that he is expected to make an address this Tuesday. Now, when it comes to what can happen going forward, well, a number of close aides and supporters for Bolsonaro have been coming out saying that he will not be the next president and that this was an election defeat for the right-wing president. However, there have been instances, more than 300 blockades of streets around Brazil in over 25 states across the country of pro-Bolsonaro supporters making their voices heard, believing and stating that this election was stolen. Now,
Let them cry about it.
The Commission here in Brazil says
Their
there have been
tears
no
are tasty.
irregularities. There has been no evidence of any kind of fraud or anything to that nature for these elections. So it'll be very interesting to see when we hear from Bolsonaro, who has raised questions about electoral integrity in the lead up to this vote, whether he will concede defeat or whether he'll contest it.
Let's talk a little bit about Lula here as well. He's now been declared the winner and the president-elect. So what has he been doing in the meantime over the past couple of days?
Well, Lula's been keeping busy. He had a lunch yesterday with Alberto Fernandez, the president of Argentina, who in a video on social media expressed his love and admiration for the former Brazilian president and the president-elect. Lula has also had a phone conversation with US President Joe Biden, among a number of calls with world leaders. Now, in that call with Joe Biden, according to a readout from the White House, Joe Biden says that the elections were fair and credible. Biden says that they touched on a number of topics, including how the two men can work together to address the climate crisis. Now, on that topic of climate change, it's also being reported, according to close aides for Lula, that says that the president-elect is considering a trip to Sharm el-Sheikh and COP27, the huge UN climate meeting, a little later this month.
Will, thank you for this. Will Denslow for us in Rio de Janeiro.
The most stunning political comebacks, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has been voted in as Brazil's next president. It was a very tight race. The former leftist leader, who served 18 months in prison for corruption charges later annulled, took nearly 51% of the vote. The far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro won 49%. Mr. Bolsonaro becomes the first sitting president in Brazil ever to lose re-election. Our South America correspondent Katie Watson reports.
Celebration on the streets of Sao Paulo and a sense of relief. They predicted a tight race, and it was a nail-biter to the very end.
I feel free, relieved, not only for the Brazilian people, but for the whole planet, for the Amazon, for the democracy, for the human rights. So we are very happy.
It's a very divided country, though. There'll be lots of people unhappy.
Yes, because it was a very little difference, the small difference. So we have to be very patient, and we have to leave the anger and the hatred away.
What a comeback for Brazil's president-elect, a man who left power just 12 years ago with a sky-high approval rating, but who then subsequently fell from grace over corruption scandals. Here he is again, Lula 2.0.
It was the hardest campaign of my life. It wasn't man against man, party against party. It was a group of people who love freedom and democracy against authoritarianism.
The noise on the streets filled the silence from Bolsonaro's camp. The speculation was that he went to bed. While voting was largely peaceful, there was a lot of expectation and nerves on Sunday as people cast their ballot. In this unequal country, the divide was clear. Rich and poor, left and right. People had a stark choice to make.
I'm voted for Bolsonaro, of course.
What's the best thing about Bolsonaro? Why do you like Bolsonaro?
I don't agree with him like 100%. I think he has a lot of flaws, but he's a man of God. He has like the right principles, and he's not the biggest thief that ever exists in Brazil.
It's very sad,
you
in
sure?
my opinion, to see Brazil in this state where we have to decide between two candidates that just make Brazil such a polarized country, inciting violence, extremes, and I think especially they don't represent any of the young population, right? Any progress in the country. It's really very sad. So my vote is a vote of protest.
Amid such division, it was Lula who made it to the finish line first.
People here are shouting, Lula has returned. Like him or loathe him, this is a historic moment for Brazil. 20 years after Lula first became president, he's back in the top job.
But for these people, a Lula victory is not a victory for Brazil. His job will be to unite them and be their president too. Lula will have to contend.
Fucking yellow flag.
With conservative lawmakers in whatever he wants to do. It won't be easy, but tonight these supporters aren't worried. He's back in the top job, and he's back to change Brazil. Katie Watson, BBC News in Sao Paulo.
Well, world leaders have been congratulating Mr. Lula on his victory, which has cemented a trend towards left-wing governments in Latin America. Gustavo Petro...
Wait until America has to go it again.
Colombia's first ever left-wing leader tweeted, "Long live Lula." The presidents of Mexico and Chile were also quick to welcome the result, and Argentina's Alberto Fernandez said it opened a new era for the region. Meanwhile, in Washington, President Biden said Lula's win followed free, fair and credible elections. President Putin has also said he hopes for constructive cooperation between Russia and Brazil.
On October 2nd, 2022, Brazilians voted for their next president, and most of the votes went to two frontrunners. One was current president and far-right leader Jair Bolsonaro.
Nós defendemos cada vez mais a família tradicional.
And the other was Brazil's former president, the left-wing politician Luiz Inácio da Silva, also known as Lula.
Portanto, o país que eu deixei é país que o povo tem saudade.
For months leading up to the election, Lula pulled very well against Bolsonaro and was expected to win comfortably in the first round. But when the results came in, Lula's lead was small. As of this video, he and Bolsonaro are set to face each other in a runoff. Lula is Brazil's most famous and popular politician. At one point during his presidency, his approval rating was nearly 90%.
Damn.
But Brazilian politics has changed, and the story of Lula's career is a good way to see exactly how. Lula's left-wing politics are rooted in his days as a factory worker and a union leader.
That's where he began his career as a politician.
During Brazil's military dictatorship, Lula led massive strikes and protests. By the 1980s, he had helped organize thousands of trade union supporters into a political party, the Workers' Party, or the PT. Lula's coalition drew mainly from Brazil's political left. It included the working class, low-income people, left-leaning Catholic voters, Afro-Brazilians, and indigenous people.
This is a pretty unique arrangement of forces. In my opinion, it's one of the things that allowed the Workers' Party to grow and become so strong.
In 1989, Lula ran as his party's candidate for president. He made it to the second round and lost by only 4 million votes. Then he lost again in 1994 and again in 1998. His base was growing, but not yet enough for him to win a presidential election. During much of this time, Brazil was experiencing an economic crisis. At one point, inflation was so out of control that the country switched its new currency 5 separate times in 7 years.
That's crazy.
And about a fifth of the country was in poverty. In the late 1990s, Brazil's center-right-led government passed a series of dramatic economic reforms. They brought inflation down by establishing a stable currency, and they brought down poverty. But their recovery also left much of the country behind, including many in Lula's coalition.
His story reminds me a lot of Evo Morales. At least from what I'm gathering so far.
O presidente da República está mentindo para a sociedade brasileira, vai enriquecer os ricos e empobrecer os pobres ainda mais.
But in 2002, when Lula ran for president a fourth time, he tried something a little bit different. In the 2002 race, Lula brought several members of Brazil's conservative and center-right parties into his campaign, including prominent businessman José Alencar as his running mate. By including them, Lula expanded his coalition, attracting the support of center-right voters, like business owners and bankers.
Lula is this guy that he can go to a board meeting at a major bank or to a poor favela and speak in a way that people will relate to him.
This new kind of coalition led to Lula winning his first presidential election.
Prometo manter, defender e cumprir a Constituição.
In Lula's first term, Brazil's economy grew rapidly, mostly because of a booming trade partnership with China.
He benefited from a magical economical moment.
He used this cash flow to finance a new social welfare and cash transfer program, Bolsa Familia, which gave Brazilians a stipend for ensuring their children were attending school and up to date on their vaccines.
It was a way to give people money for their immediate needs while getting them to put their kids on the path that would eventually help them escape that cycle of poverty.
Let's go.
This program, along with other reforms like increasing the minimum wage, also grew his coalition even further. And more Brazilians voted for left and center-left politicians across the country.
The economy picked up, and then we had this massive period of growth. Lula became an unstoppable force.
By the end of his first term in office, Lula's approval rating reached over 60%. And even though his administration began to attract accusations of bribery and corruption, Lula's unprecedented popularity and coalition building led to a re-election victory in 2006. By the end of Lula's second term in office, GDP was the highest in Brazil's history. And so was the president's approval rating.
The most popular politician on earth.
In 2009, Lula picked a fellow Workers' Party member, Dilma Rousseff, as his successor. She inherited his coalition and easily won the presidency in 2010. Early in her administration, global demand for commodities fell, which led to a recession in Brazil. And her approach to managing the economy cost her some support from the center-right business community. Her administration also faced accusations of corruption, which cost her even more support.
It didn't help that she was not a good politician. She did not negotiate with Congress in a very skillful way, and the economic guidance of her administration was very flawed.
And then in 2014, something happened that would lead to the entire coalition's collapse. A government investigation found that many Workers' Party officials were involved in a corrupt scheme with Brazil's state-owned oil company, including Rousseff, whose approval rating tanked, and in 2016, she was removed from office.
A little bit sus, if you ask me.
Lula was also implicated for allegedly taking bribes. He was convicted in 2017 and sent to prison.
Which is really ironic.
He remained popular.
For a lot of people, despite Lula going to jail, they still love him. For one, a lot of people say, well, they all rob us. At least this guy was giving us back something.
But with no one there to hold the left coalition together, the opportunity emerged for an unusual politician to start building his own from the right. Throughout Rousseff's impeachment, retired military officer Jair Bolsonaro was laying the groundwork for his chance at the presidency in the 2018 election. Bolsonaro's core supporters were evangelicals.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really help that there was a rise in global fascism within, the late 2010s. So, there is that on top. There is that as well.
Businessmen, and anti-abortion voters. He was the candidate of the far right, but he also gained the support of the center-right, and even some leftist voters who were disillusioned with the Workers' Party, creating a unique coalition. Meanwhile, Lula's former coalition was split between several candidates, helping propel Bolsonaro to an easy victory, and signaling a new political moment in the country.
What Bolsonaro did in 2018 was unlike we had ever seen. It was a real shift. The hard right was replacing the moderate right at the center of the political arena.
It's not like that's happening in other places either.
Amazon, extreme hunger, and Brazil being one of the worst impacted by COVID with over 680,000 deaths. Brazil's GDP dipped back down, And he also took a confrontational stance with Brazilian democracy, trying to control the media and undermining the Supreme Court. Due to these factors, his popularity...
Where have I heard that stuff happening? Time frame. There's a specific time frame and area that I've heard that
never exceeded 40%. In 2019, Brazil's Supreme Court released Lula from prison and later annulled his convictions, enabling him to run again in 2022.
Essa nossa candidatura é uma candidatura que tem como objetivo fundamental, sabe, recuperar esse país.
Lula also positioned himself as a pro-democracy candidate in the race.
Queremos votar para que ninguém nunca mais.
I mean, yeah, why wouldn't he?
He worked to assemble another strong and diverse coalition from across the political spectrum.
Lula has made a front that maybe cannot get broader. 8 former presidential candidates from left and right, a big part of the business community.
Lula even courted evangelicals by campaigning at churches. At the same time, Bolsonaro enacted social reform programs to court low-income and working-class Brazilians, who were usually aligned with Lula. But as the 2022 election approached, Lula's strategy seemed to be working more than Bolsonaro's.
The polls are spot on in regards to Lula. Lula finished the first round with around 48% of the vote, but they were dead wrong about Bolsonaro.
Lula still won the first round, but Bolsonaro outperformed every poll leading up to the election. And the bigger surprise was in Brazil's Congress, where the right-wing candidates aligned with Bolsonaro won the majority. So even if Lula goes on to win the presidency, he'll face a stronger opposition than he ever has before.
Lula has made a lot of commitments. It remains to be seen.
That just means he needs to fucking whip his fucking caucus then. Like, actually get shit done then. And not, like, have them roadblock everything, right?
How he will be able to implement that. This is a force that has to be reckoned with. It is part of the Brazilian mainstream politics and will continue like that for years to come.
Okay, so I guess we gotta keep an eye out on what happens in Brazil.
It is one of the biggest countries in the world by population, and voting is compulsory. When Brazilians go to the polls, it's a lot of people. About 156 million were eligible to punch their choice for president into the country's electronic voting machines. In the Amazon, it meant moving voting machines in by boat. She says there's no roads, so they have to follow the river, so no one's left out. Brazil had more than 470,000 polling stations spread all throughout the country. It also had voters around the globe. These are expats casting ballots in Paris Sunday.
Let's go.
This is Lisbon in Portugal. And this is Montreal, where about 8,000 passed through. The process for this runoff election took about an hour. That's considerably less than the 4 to 6 hours the first round voting took in Montreal just 4 weeks ago.
I know it's a lot, but it's very important to me to vote.
Well, that electronic voting system meant there wasn't prolonged suspense. Within less than 3 hours of the polls closing, former President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva had built up an insurmountable lead, albeit razor-thin. It'll be just over 1%. Commonly known as Lula, he returns to the presidency, a position he held from 2003 to 2010. But after a bitter campaign between two polarizing figures, there is work ahead. Political analyst Ricardo Ishmael says the first thing the new president will have to do is calm the country. The mood right now, he says, is too tense. A big question will be how the defeated candidate reacts. Far-right populist Jair Bolsonaro has said he could only lose if the election was stolen. Observers say he may borrow from the Donald Trump playbook, denying the legitimacy of the vote to keep his base motivated to stay the face of the opposition and to prepare a comeback of some kind. Mike Armstrong, Global News, Montreal.
Brazil's new president, Luiz Inácio Lula
What?
Brazil's new president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, also known as Lula, was met with cheers from his supporters in his stunning defeat of incumbent Jair Bolsonaro.
E que hoje tem único e grande vencedor, o povo brasileiro.
Since then, voters have been vocal, both for da Silva.
Satisfatório era o que eu queria, que eu fui no 13. Eu achei assim, tá na hora de mudança.
And against.
As pessoas não querem ver, não querem enxergar a verdade. O Brasil foi muito roubado. A gente agora só está na mão de Deus.
But Bolsonaro himself has been silent. It's not clear yet when or if he'll concede, despite official verification of the election results from Brazil's Superior Electoral Court. Da Silva's victory is a comeback tale, more than a decade after he last served as president, twice between 2003 to 2010. He's known for his role in building the country's social welfare program, as much as he's known for his scandals. He was convicted on corruption and money laundering charges in 2017, spending 19 months in prison before his conviction was overruled. But as da Silva fell from grace and behind bars, right-wing Bolsonaro launched into power instead. Over the last 4 years, Bolsonaro's leadership was guided by traditional conservative and Christian values. Dubbed the Tropical Trump, he rebuffed culture war and political correctness and received the former U.S. president's endorsement.
Don't lose him. Don't let that happen. It would not be good for your country.
In contrast, da Silva ran his campaign promising progressive ideals, like cracking down on illegal deforestation and making Brazil's indigenous people a priority.
Election victory represents, I would argue, the greatest political comeback maybe in world politics since perhaps Nelson Mandela. So it's a repudiation of Bolsonaro, but it's also a remarkable victory for Lula, who a few years ago was at his lowest point in his career.
President Biden, swift to offer his congratulations. A pointed statement from the White House calls da Silva's victory the result of, quote, free, fair, and credible elections, an attempt to add further legitimacy to results already being called into question by Bolsonaro's supporters. Yet another symptom of what has been a contentious election cycle in Brazil, brimming with misinformation. Bolsonaro has been sowing seeds of doubt throughout his campaign.
When he was in England for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth, where he was talking about the upcoming election in Brazil, and once again suggesting that it would be fixed against him.
The election, decided by a margin of roughly 2 million votes, tighter than expected, making this the closest election in Brazil's history as a reinstated democracy since 1985. All eyes are on Bolsonaro's next move after becoming the country's first ever sitting president who wasn't immediately reelected.
And Marissa Parra joins us now here on set. Marissa, thank you so much for joining Top Story. So Bolsonaro still has not made any public statements, but you have some breaking developments on that front?
Yeah, we're just getting this into the newsroom, Gabe, here. We're understanding that according to the communication minister, that is for the government of Brazil, he says Bolsonaro is expected to address the nation on Tuesday. And we've been talking about how deafening the silence has been, Gabe. His Twitter, which he is very active on, has not been used since the election results came out. The presidential palace has been quiet. So this is significant news to even hear that he's potentially preparing to address the nation. However, the contents of what he plans to say, that still remains to be determined.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, as you can imagine, it has gone absolutely bananas here. We're on one of the main streets, and this is where the Lula supporters have been here now for hours as this painstaking countdown took place, inching in with figures over the last bit of time. They can't. I don't think many of them really can't quite believe what has happened here. They're hoping that Lula will come down, and it does. It is something of a remarkable comeback. Lula was twice president of Brazil. He was one of the most popular political figures in the world. Then he decided to retire, and then he got sent to prison. That was quashed, and now he's come out against Bolsonaro. Key, I think, though, over the next few hours and days is, does Bolsonaro go along with this? It is really, really close. He's already said that he thinks it's rigged. So will he try to go to the courts? Anyway, a remarkable atmosphere. I'm joined by this lady we just met in the crowd. Why does this mean so much to everyone?
Okay.
You know what's happened during the pandemic? We don't have seen more than 700,000 people die. And this president, we know him like a genocide because we don't have support, human support. That's the reason that we are happy, because Lula, everybody knows about him. Everybody respect him. It's what we need. Someone who respects the population, the Brazilian.
But this has divided the country virtually in half. It's really, really close. There's a lot of people like President Bolsonaro as well.
But in Brazil, it's worse. Around the world, it's very, very different for us, because our president just kind and make some joke with the people that was dying.
And will Lula be good?
Yeah, Lula is the best one for us. Lula represents...
I mean, it seems like a lot of people are happy that Lula won. So that's good.
The people in Brazil.
All right, listen, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be quite a night here, as you might expect. As I say, we're expecting Lula here at some point. But we want to hear from the former president, Bolsonaro, as well. It could still be very tense, this.
While he did not concede, he said he would follow the rules of the Constitution. Yeah, totally. As the President of the Republic is a citizen, I will continue to follow the Constitution. It's an honor being the leader of millions of Brazilians. Even confronting the whole system, we overcome a pandemic and a war's consequences. I've always been called anti-democratic, but unlike my opponents, I've always played inside the Constitution's limits. I've never talked against the media nor social media platforms. Sure. Pacific protests will be always welcomed, but Marines cannot be those on the left, which always harmed the people invading private property and preventing them from the right to live. President of Lula's Workers' Party called for normality in the transition. This is a problem for the Brazilian state. Brazil needs normality. Make radical move. Actual President Lula has contested several elections since 1989. It's going way too fast. Took Bolsonaro 44 hours to make his first comment, and amid his silence, supporters blocked highways to protest his defeat.
Nós não tem dia para parar. Aqui nós tem dia para começar, mas para parar ninguém sabe. Só quem vai determinar pra gente parar vai ser Deus. É Deus acima de todo mundo. É Deus.
Bro, hogs are all the same.
Eu quero deixar uma coisa bem clara. Quem tá aqui hoje, os caminhão que tá aqui hoje, não é caminhoneiro. Quem tá aqui hoje é cidadão brasileiro, como um todo.
The Federal Highway Police said it was prepared to use force if necessary to remove the blockades.
Então, a PRF tem que agir com bastante parcimônia, junto com os nossos parceiros de segurança pública, né? E primeiramente, iniciando um diálogo, uma negociação. Desde domingo nós estamos atuando nesse protocolo que foi passado no início da nossa fala, né? Iniciando com
I'm just not sure if there's people going to be getting clapped by the cops.
Com relação à previsão da volta à normalidade, nós estamos trabalhando para voltar o quanto antes, né? A gente não consegue falar em qual horário, qual dia vai ser, mas estamos empregando todos os esforços.
Yeah, so crazy.
In Ottawa.
Let's move on to more emergency. Things first. I want to talk about this. Ottawa's Police Intelligence Unit relied on dubious and politically biased information about the convoy. Ottawa police expressed sympathy for the protesters against public health rules, mocked left-wing activists, and quoted Rex Murphy as intelligence report. Ottawa's police replied on dubious sources of information and made politically biased statements in an internal intelligence report days before a massive policing failure caused the so-called Freedom Convoy to spiral out of control. Evidence tabled Tuesday at the Public Order Emergencies Commission showed Ottawa police expressing sympathy for protests against COVID-19 public health rules, mocking left-wing community activists, and quoting from opinion columns by Rex Murphy in a January 5th intelligence report on the Freedom Convoy. The intelligence assessment authorized by Ottawa Police Sergeant Chris Kitz described the convoy as a spontaneous grassroots protest which expressed sympathy with the convoy border protests opposing COVID-19 public health rules. Increased number of spontaneous protests against regimes globally concerning COVID-19 restrictions. The Ottawa Police Intelligence report states success of the protest on the subject of vaccine mandates, etc., create a sense of efficacy, a sense that one's actions actually have an impact. The report describes other protests as competitive with the same players' chance, mocking left-wing activists with no glue to themselves, waiting for the same old supper hour news shows the write-ups in hard left and Bill's blogs and astonished Twitter feeds. Real protest springs up with something close to spontaneity and with tremendous suddenness, unless hundreds of thousands or even millions, the Ottawa Police Intelligence report concluded. Convoy appears to be the sort of protest bullshit. left-wing protests do the exact same fucking thing, but they tend to garner more support. A large portion of this section of the Ottawa Police Intelligence assessment paper left language in verbatim for a July 24th National Post column by Rex Murphy, but fails to attribute Murphy as the author of text. Not gonna this y'all can Stephen Kervin, a Carleton University International Affairs professor and former CSIS intelligence analyst, called the Ottawa Police Intelligence Report unprofessional and says it engages in unsustainable editorialization. Even if we forget about these guys, very obvious bias, it doesn't even form the thing it's supposed to do, Carvin told Press Progress. The intelligence report, which Carvin said is supposed to provide an assessment of the threat posed by the convoy, relies heavily on Max Murphy's opinion column as one of its only sources of information about current conditions with the convoy. The report describes Murphy's opinion column, which expresses sympathy towards the convoy as, quote, open source intelligence. Quote, it appears to be sources, open source media and social media, reporting a powerful manifestation, deep discontent with how people feel they are being governed. Discontent with authority may slumber for a long while, as per pundit Rex Murphy. Resent over the hypocrisies of officials and politicians can daily wear at the patience of citizens. End quote. This is so. Their Ottawa police cite Rex Murphy's opinion column again, quoting the blurb in which Murphy mocks anti-fascist activists. Ottawa police later relied on the unsourced column as its sole evidence that the convoy consisted mainly of middle-class Canadians. Sure. May spring from a single incident or a single policy, but as political pundit Rex Murphy pinned, quote, it inevitably grows beyond the original trigger event to large scale. Middle class don't go with woods to attend action cinemas or they learn what's the best glue for cave surfaces, pick up tips from an Antifa mob. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Or all can read. Following the convoy occupation, Murphy headline a 200 per plate fundraising dinner honoring convoy leader Tamara Lich temporarily having her bail revoked. Carvin said it was unclear why Ottawa police thought an unsourced Rex Murphy opinion column had any value as an intelligence source. I don't know why this person chose Rex Murphy other than this person while engaging editorialization seems to have chosen sources that support his worldview. It's not an effective assignment. Later in the intelligence report, auto police described convoy supporters as the silent majority, while deriding left-wing community activists as professional activists, singling out one activist by name who been critical of the Ottawa police media. Protests globally are made up of almost entirely members of society. Since so-called silent majority is numerically much larger than the professional activists, such as local Sam Rich can order up. Sam Harris, a local Ottawa community activist, said he was disturbed to learn his name appeared in an Ottawa police intelligence report. It's very disturbing, but not surprising to see that Ottawa are targeting particular individuals for their activism around police accountability, first told Progressive Press. This puts into question their neutrality when it comes to things like this budget and whether they are deliberately targeting activists. Yeah, of course they are. Irvin said the intelligence report obvious disdain for Parrish suggests the inability to an objective assessment, which is person reflecting institutional biases. There's been a lot of concern expressed by the community that Ottawa police have not taken the far right seriously. Irvin said intelligence report underlines 3 separate for include issue of not knowing how to do open source intelligence or how to write threat assessment, as well as we're hearing about how there's no systemic intergeneration decision making the Ottawa service. I think there are people in the Ottawa police who are only aware of open source failures. I think concern is that so much of seems to have happened towards to the intelligence and source operation, and that the personally driven, and there's no culture of irrigation operational planning. A witness statement from Ottawa Police Inspector Russell Lucas, who served as the Ottawa Police Incident Convoy occupation, then concedes that the Ottawa Police Intelligence is poorly run. OPS intelligence unit was understaffed and it's primarily focused on intelligence, although it was also tied together on intelligence On protests, Lucas states OPS does not have a dedicated social media team. These fucking hongs like popping off on Facebook and shit. They're not hard to find. Testimony, Lucas hinted that Ottawa Police Intelligence have been sympathetic to anti-vaccine, anti-public health measures. The context is knowing the writer has of this, knowing the involved for the challenge is the topic. Mandates, the restrictions, vaccinations is an extremely divisive topic, Lucas noted. Sure. It's here, but
is hearing a legal challenge by Ontario Premier Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones, who are fighting a summons to appear at the inquiry. With me now is legal analyst Ari Goldkind. Ari, good morning. So, an application citing parliamentary privilege was filed by lawyers for Ford and Jones, this to avoid testifying. Explain today how this is going to work, what the judge is looking at.
Sure. It's really interesting. And when people hear the terms parliamentary privilege, Marcia, or it's a 250-page written application and response, people's eyes glaze over. But the issues are really, really fascinating. By the sheer black letter of the law, parliamentary privilege basically says, look, Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones, the former Solicitor General, as she then was, they're supposed to be in the legislature. They're supposed to be doing the business of Ontarians. They can't be dragged out to all these different things and places and courts and tribunals because it takes away.
But he was summoned, though. What's the difference?
From the orderly work of the legislature. That's the policy rationale.
It literally make the exact same argument against like any other politician that has to go to this, like Joe or the fucking Ottawa mayor.
So Doug Ford is basically saying, look, that's what it says. But when you look at the purpose, when you look at the policy behind parliamentary privilege, it's a little bit different than we think of in Ottawa, where you don't get sued for something you say in the House. Doug Ford is essentially making a political calculation cloaked in a legal argument that says as follows. I see what's happening at that Emergencies Act inquiry, even though I bombastically said, and this is important, Marcia, I bombastically said, I'm shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. I will be there if they ask me to come. I support the invocation of the Act. Now that I see that cross-examination isn't going so well for people who aren't used to being cross-examined, I'm going to trot out this parliamentary privilege argument, which may succeed on the black letter of the law. But I think in a federal court, a judge may push back on this a little bit, and here's why. If Doug Ford had remained silent and not said anything about how the sausage is made, not said anything about his views and use of the act, not said anything about being willing to testify, that's one thing. But when you say all those things publicly, but then you say, I'll be detracted from my work at Queen's Park for question periods he often misses, I'm not so sure a judge in Ottawa at the federal court level for a Federal Emergencies Act inquiry that was mandated by law that has various people testifying from various levels of government, if a judge says it's absolute and we're not going to look into it, that'll be the ruling. But I have a feeling there are some very juicy legal issues for a judge to think about today.
Okay, so
For
how
sure.
long will it take for the judge to make a decision? And if it doesn't go Ford and Jones' way, can they then challenge that?
So I'm glad you asked that for most people watching this, when we talk about high profile trials that aren't jury verdicts, judges tend to reserve. They may take a month or two because they know they're going to write something that may be subject to appeal from a lawyer like me or many other lawyers. So they're careful. They take their time. They write 50 pages. It takes a couple months. Your question is so wise, Marcia, because if the judge does that here, it's playing into the delay tactic that Ford is counting on here. There's a part of his legal strategy. I haven't spoken to him, but it's a very clever legal strategy that says, look, if the judge reserves and takes a month or two to release a decision, I'll have run out the clock, which will save my posterior from being cross-examined.
I don't think that would happen, though. I don't really think it would.
So the judge at the federal court level today has to know, and they know, there's no doubt that they know this, that they better release a decision in the next few days or into next week on the issues, on the merits. If the parliamentary privilege argument doesn't work, Doug Ford, again, he's no stranger to going to the Supreme Court about this very issue, about cabinet letters. That's literally what he goes to the Supreme Court about, to keep those things quiet. I would expect him to look for some further recourse, but it will send a really strong message that as the head of the government, the federal court may not be as willing to give this parliamentary privilege as much leeway as it has in the past. There are some really critical issues here for accountability and what it means for a head of government who says, look, Marcia, this is a federal inquiry. I'm just a provincial guy. But as you well know and have covered, he has sent provincial people there. He has sent deputies and minions. He's simply saying, I don't want me or Sylvia Jones to be in the hot seat. And I'm not so sure that's the strongest parliamentary privilege argument I've ever heard.
We should also point out the judge is on the clock. I mean, the inquiry is supposed to wrap up in February, so doesn't...
That's why your question was so good, Marcia, because so much of this is hoping to run out that clock. I'm not sure that will work. This judge will, I think, have a decision pretty lickety-split.
All right. Ari Goldkind, great to have you with us today.
High-profile Freedom Convoy organizer
shit on Pat King.
Pat King is set to testify at the Emergencies Act inquiry. He is being sworn in right now. Let's listen in here.
ICKJAMESKING.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely, so help me God.
Thank you.
Mr. King, just to follow on what your counsel has just said, if at any time during my questioning you need...
I wonder if he's going to... Jones. I wonder if he's going to... So...
Need time to review a document, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you.
And I'm going to be asking you questions to give you an opportunity to explain to the Commissioner your involvement in the Freedom Convoy, and also to give you a chance to respond to some of the evidence that's been led before the Commission. I'd like to start with your background. I understand you were born in Sault Ste. Marie.
That's correct, yes.
And how long did you live there?
Till I was 18.
And then where did you go?
I moved out to Alberta where there was work, and I've been living in Red Deer, Alberta ever since.
And what sort of work do you do?
Oh boy, I started out 22 years oil and gas, worked my way up from a roughneck all the way up to a driller, to a frontline supervisor, to a flow completions specialist. And then I went back to university and I got my degree in occupational health, safety, and environment, 3-year degree from the University of Alberta. From there, I took a position as a health and safety manager, admin, and I would look after upstream oil and gas manufacturing. And I was a H2S instructor. I drove truck. I had class 1 driver's license, oversized loads. I also have a course, certificate as a logistics coordinator and a dispatcher.
Thank you. Now, your counsel has indicated that you have been charged with criminal offenses, and I understand that a condition of your bail is that you are not allowed to use social media. Is that correct?
Not allowed to do anything. I've had absolutely every right of a Canadian citizen stripped of me. My freedom of speech, my freedom of protest, my freedom of everything.
So am I correct? You can't use social media?
Fucking crying about not using Twitter. Bitch, you have been stripped of outside of not being able to.
No, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask you about your use of social media prior to your being charged in the latter part of February 2022. So if we can talk about the period, let's say 2019 to March 2022, what kinds of social media did you use?
He says Parler, Telegram, and Truth Social. I lose my Facebook.
Facebook, Instagram, that's it.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I would never go on Twitter. That's a troll site. That's a joke. But Facebook and Instagram.
TikTok?
Just to like watch it.
YouTube?
Oh, I had YouTube, but around the time that Donald Trump was being elected, I actually hold a title. Only him and myself are the only ones who have ever been banned from using any Google product. So I would never promote YouTube.
And I understand you had a large following on social media. Is that correct?
Can you define large?
Well, how big was your following?
It was big.
Can you define big?
I don't think he can. I don't think he has power to. So.
It was international.
That doesn't answer the question. Just say how many followers you have.
It was big.
Okay. 100,000, 200, 300, 400,000?
That all depends on Facebook's algorithms, what they really say. But on my website and on my Facebook page, about 500,000 people.
Thank you.
That's so hard. On, bro.
And I understand on Facebook you would host live events. Is that correct?
I would do podcasts and I would do media. And I'd catch interactions in real time for basically just to show it in reality, and not some distorted mainstream media view. I'd show you what it was.
The main thing with like stream, yes, they do some truth, but generally speaking, report on the commonly agreed upon narrative.
Like in the real time.
And I understand in 2019 you were involved in a convoy called United We Roll.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a protest over some oil and gas issues?
That was a protest over Bill C-69 and C-48, which is the anti-pipeline and the anti-harbor moratorium, of which, when we came to Ottawa, we were successful. They reopened all the contracts after. And actually, since I've been incarcerated, as of June 2022, both those bills have been scrapped because they've been deemed unconstitutional. And Alberta finally got our pipelines, and we're finally back to work again.
And that convoy traveled from, was it Red Deer to Ottawa?
Red Deer, Alberta, yeah. We left on February 14th, and we like to deem it as the love of our country. On Valentine's Day, we left to stand up for our rights and exercise our democratic right to a freedom of peaceful assembly, to exercise our democratic right to a freedom to protest, and to have our voices heard by the government.
And who led that convoy?
I was in the pilot truck myself and another person by the name of Angie Reed. Love you, Angie. Glenn. He drove OP 22 or OP, the fire truck. We brought a fire truck. He was an oil and gas fire suppression unit.
How many vehicles were in the convoy?
When it got to Wellington, we had about 170, 178, I believe.
Okay. Was Mr. Bowder involved in that convoy?
Involved in what way?
Was he part of it?
Sure.
What was his involvement?
Fellow Canadian exercising his...
Oh, what is shitty?
So I'd like to, and so when you got to Ottawa, how long were you there?
We arrived, I believe it was the 19th of February. We protested the 20th and 21st, and then we left that following Monday.
And you went back to Red Deer?
Yep. But I'd like to say that we left because the politicians acknowledged why we were there. They came out and said, "We hear you. We're here to support you, and we will back you, and we will do everything we can to try and get your issues heard."
Okay, now I'd like to come to your involvement in the Freedom Convoy, if I could. Trying to keep track of the time, but I won't. Doesn't seem to be working. How did you first get in? How did you first get involved in the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I'd already been social media. I'd already been doing my stuff that I always do, and I happened to see some people that were talking about the trucking industry and how they were about to be affected. And I know that our truckers here in Canada are the backbone of the economy in Canada. They move the freight. Their importance is very under...
It's not just the truck. It's the fucking conductors too.
Basically, they're forgotten. They're kind of, yeah, they're a trucker, whatever, a trucker. But I knew the importance that if you stopped the trucking industry within 72 hours, you'll be brother on brother for a loaf of bread. And when they started to hit the truck drivers, and these guys have already been working diligently throughout this nonsense, we've seen it as a direct attack against the Canadian economy. And not only a direct attack.
What? We're doing it because you didn't want to fucking get vaccinated.
Against the Canadian economy, but a direct attack to truckers are the guys that want to be left alone. They want to work in their trucks. They want to go do their job independently. Leave us alone. We won't create a stir.
Yeah,
you will. Cause a problem. We'll pay our taxes. And
bro, you literally said convoy before. Like, of course you're fucking fire.
Felt like they needed a voice.
Did somebody contact you and ask you to get involved?
Nope.
No fool.
What did you do to get involved?
Well, I reached out to a few people and I asked if they'd like to, let's talk about it.
Who did you reach out to?
I reached out to Chris Barber, Bridget Belton. I reached out to, well, basically them, those two. And I said, I'd love to have you on my show. And I really think what you guys are wanting to do, I can be an asset because I've done this before back in 2019 and I can help you out in any way.
Essentially saying, like, Come on, please invite me. I want to cause more chaos. Invite me. It's essentially what he's saying. Except, bro, please invite me.
Possible.
Am I correct that you then had a Facebook Live event on January, was it 13, 2022?
If that's the date that you have, yes.
And as you, Mr. Barber, Ms. Belton, and I understand James Bowder were all on part of that.
That's correct, yeah.
And
I gotta say there's people involved, but I've had my social media stripped. I've had all my videos gone. I can't recollect who was all.
As he rightfully should. Be real. Is not be allowed to go fucking any social media.
There, but that sounds very close to who was there. I think there were some other people that were involved too. I think Dave Steenberg was one. Well, there was a couple. I think Joe Jensen was one. There was a few people, yeah.
And during that event, you talked about the plan for a freedom convoy with those people who were with you?
Well, we had thrown the idea around. We had said, "You guys really want to do this?" And they're like, "Yeah, we should do this." And I said, "Okay. Well, I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll give you the platform. I'll give you the voice. I'll not allow, but I'd like to help you because I see what you're doing is absolutely prophetic. Finally, the hardworking, blue-collared people of Canada were going to stand up."
Shut up. You're more fucking white collar than blue collar. Literally just said you were a fucking health safety admin.
And was this the first time you'd met Mr. Barber and Ms. Bilton?
Yeah.
And my information was you had about 3,000 viewers to that event. Does that sound right?
If that's what you have a number, sure. I was never.
Bro, he doesn't even for the amount of people he has on his fucking events. Like, this guy is a smooth.
Concerned about the numbers. I could have 2 people in the room and it didn't matter.
And have you told us why you decided to get involved with the Freedom Convoy based on the statement you just made?
The reason I did it was basically I have gone through my own issues with these mandates, and I have my own stance and my own beliefs.
He's anti-vax. Saying he's anti-vax. He doesn't want to get the fucking vaccine because he's a fucking loser hog.
On these mandates and what they're doing, and now I want everybody to remember, mandate is not a law. And they were pushing this, and I finally found people that
States can 100% be a law if it's fucked.
Didn't want it pushed on them anymore.
And what did you understand was the goal of the Freedom Convoy?
To go and protest and exercise your democratic right to a freedom of peaceful protest, to a freedom of assembly, to actually.
Bro, you guys were very fucking annoying in Ontario. Like, fucking weeks, man. Horns blazing and terrifying the locals.
Exercise your voice and be heard by politicians of your concerns and your basically your agitation with the way things are being controlled.
Later in January, the 21st, did you have another video stream that involved Tamara Litch, Chris Barber, James Bowder, and others? You recall that?
You bet.
And I understand there was a general discussion of what was going to happen with the Freedom Convoy?
Yes, there was a discussion. It was basically like so organic, like how are we going to do this? Who's going to do what? Who's going to be doing this? Who's going to be doing that? I basically was a platform for these people to be able to like show who they are.
And by this time, do you know if anyone in that group had contacted any members of a police force to tell?
Can almost guarantee it. Like, no shot. Bro, we just read an article on how fucking force did not give a shit.
Oh yeah,
that this was going.
Yeah, yeah. James Bowder bragged about how he had Ottawa around his little finger. That he had all the police and he had all the connections, and I was
Remember the Ottawa police neutral force in this, allegedly.
like, is that the same connections of when we did the United We Roll? And he's like, yes. I'm like, oh, okay. So I reached out because I have a rapport with PPS. I've traveled around Canada protesting and speaking on public platforms, and I've given I've basically set a good communication between these officers. So I reached out to these officers and said, we're looking at bringing another convoy to Ottawa. Remember me? And they're like, oh yeah, we remember you, Pat. I'm like, it's good, right? I'm like, oh yeah, you're always great when you're here.
Dog shit. That happens.
We begin in Ottawa again today, where the inquiry looking into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act to end the convoy protests in Ottawa last winter heard from protest organizers. Lawyers are asking them why they joined the convoy and if they had any idea how big the protest would become. The first witness today, Chris Barber, said he never intended for the demonstrators to take over downtown Ottawa.
He 100% did.
The scope of the amount of vehicles that came in, I don't know how things went so wrong when we first arrived. Occupying or parking all over the city was never part of why we came.
Bitch, yes it was. You were there to fucking disrupt the government. And you succeeded in that. A liar.
The CBC's Catherine Cullen is at the inquiry and joins me now live. So Catherine, we just finished hearing from the second witness of the day. What did we learn from him?
Yeah, Andrew, from Steve Charland of a Quebec protest group, Les Farfadas, and I can certainly tell you that between him and Chris Barber, there are some themes emerging. Now, Monsieur Charland started out by explaining his point of view about all of this, why he was protesting. He talked about not specifically the mandates that were affecting truckers, but more broadly, a lot of the a lot of the mandates restricting people's activity around COVID. He said, listen, I can go to Costco, but I can't go see my grandmother. It just doesn't make any sense. Society has lost its way. The area where we really saw that overlap between the message from Chris Barber and Monsieur Charland comes around questions, first of all, of the intent of the organizers, both going to great pains to talk about the importance of being peaceful. We heard that word pacifique because Monsieur Charland was speaking French over and over and over, being peaceful during his testimony, and also a sense that they were not responsible for some of the activities of other protesters. Let's listen to a sample of that.
We've heard quite a few testimonies saying that there were disrespectful behavior, violence, and so on. Were you aware? Answer no. Not from us. We tried to deal with the Farfadet that were there, but we cannot control, or we cannot be around all the members of the Farfadet when they were getting out. Question, you agree with me then that the Farfadet are not speaking in one voice? That they don't speak in one voice? Yes, indeed.
In fact, later on, Mr. Charlin went on to say that he had been told by some of the people that he knew in the protests that violence and vandalism had been caused by Antifa. That's
Of course. Yeah, totally. They're fucking blockading Ottawa and fucking blasting their horns for fucking 3 weeks straight.
stands for, of course, anti-fascist is a group on the sort of left end of the spectrum, although he did say he didn't see any of that personally. He couldn't testify to any of it personally, but that was just something that he had heard, that there had been violence and vandalism, but not his people respond.
Yeah, no, totally. Not like same shit happened fucking America with insurrection on January 6th. Bro, every single fucking conservative is the same. Antifa did it. Yeah, totally. I was, being anti-fascist myself, I was totally there.
Responsible for it. So, as I say, something of a recurring theme here as we get into this testimony from protest organizers.
And this morning, lawyers at the inquiry questioned one of the convoy protests' main organizers, Chris Barber. What were the highlights of his testimony?
Again, Andrew, he talked about the importance of keeping the public on side, he said, and that involved remaining peaceful. He talked about the fact that he said he discouraged some of the truckers from honking their horns. Personally, he found it quite irritating, particularly after that court injunction. And we know that is of the litany of complaints from folks in downtown Ottawa. Certainly the incessant sound of horns was something that they began to feel was a kind of violence. Despite the fact that Mr. Barber said that, some of his TikTok and social media posts were put to him in which he seemed to be sort of having a laugh about the honking of horns. And at one point, it's quite a short clip, it's not quite clear, but maybe even egging them on. He was also asked about sort of a standout revelation that's come through this inquiry, death threats against politicians, specifically about a death threat that was sent to Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland.
Chrystia Freeland will get a bullet to the head. Prepare to feel
lynched because of that. Because of the can't control his fucking hog shit.
Our
so
wrath.
Tired.
Yours truly, the Canadian COVID government resistance. I assume you would reject this statement and any such action.
Unequivocally, yes.
Were you aware, sir, that on February 16th, the same day, the OPP apprehended someone in Ottawa who was wearing body armor and carrying a large knife, along with other knives, a sword, and machetes that were seized?
Bro, my man thinks he's an anime character. Like, what the fuck? Does that? Yeah, you're totally, like, fucking Cloud from Final Fantasy. Go the fuck home, you weeb.
Out of his truck.
I was not aware of that, no.
Doubt it.
So just to be crystal clear here, none of that activity tied specifically to Chris Barber. It spoke to the broader question of the suggestion that all of this was intended to be peaceful, and yet these activities were happening at the same time. I should say Chris Barber is one of a number.
But we already have evidence that they weren't fucking people. Bro, you have your fucking dumbass anime weeb who wants to fucking slice politicians with a sword, and you have fucking shit ton of guns at the border, like fucking threatening to kill RCMP officers.
Number of witnesses that we're going to hear from this week that is currently facing charges related to activities during the Ottawa occupation. Those trials haven't gone forward yet. But he continued to insist, Andrew, that they knew that in order to keep the public on side, they had to remain peaceful. And when he was asked about particular activities, comments by another organizer using the word bullets, yet another organizer who had put forward a memorandum of understanding that suggested the illegitimacy of the current government. He just distanced himself from that. He said, I didn't know about that. This individual told me that, but I wasn't engaging with that. I was the guy out
Sure.
on the street. So as we continue over the course of the next few days to hear from a number of organizers, it will be very interesting to see.
The fuck? You get fucking psychopaths that would shit. That's what happens with right-wing protests.
To what extent anyone claims responsibility for some of those more remarkable moments. And also, I think we're going to get a better understanding of some of the factions within the convoy and some of the conflict around that.
Some fascinating testimony. All right, Catherine, thank you. The CBC's Catherine Cullen. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. Welcome to The Rundown. Also in Ottawa, Peter Slowly, the former Ottawa police chief, has spent a second day speaking before the public inquiry into the use of the Federal Emergencies Act. Slowly is being asked about the force's handling of the anti-mandate convoy that paralyzed his city. That includes a question earlier today about the challenges of getting tow trucks to remove the heavy trucks blocking downtown streets.
In the February 9th plan, there's specific reference to the fact that tow truck operators were receiving hundreds of threats and some of them death threats. Is that your recollection?
Not necessarily.
Of course they were. Like, oh, heaven forbid they were actually asked to do, paid to do. You know, I don't know how your fucking idiots slice them with swords and machetes and shit. Come on, bro.
From the February 9th plan, but that was really just the state of affairs from the middle of the first week throughout. At one point, I think even Commissioner Lucky, I don't think she was flippant about it, but they were looking at Kijiji to find heavy tow trucks in Canada.
The CBC's Catherine Cullen is at the inquiry. She is, of course, host of The House on CBC Radio, and she joins us live in Ottawa. So, Catherine, that was just one of many moments today that really caught our attention. There was also some quite, as I think you used the word, acrimonious exchanges, heated exchanges. What else did we hear?
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, Bill Blair's name also coming up just in the last few minutes at this inquiry, something I'm sure he's not especially delighted about a bit of a difficult day for Mr. Blair. In some of the back and forth that we saw for the lawyer for the Canadian Constitution Foundation asking Peter Slowly essentially about some procedural issues that came up, whether or not Minister Blair had indeed suggested that there was a whole process that Peter Slowly had to go through when he was chief of the Ottawa Police Service in order to get additional officers, because of course we know that's one of the main points of tension in all of this, Andrew. Also, another interesting moment that just came up a few minutes ago in the course of the testimony, Peter Slowly was asked about a conversation that he had with multiple levels of government, and he talked specifically about comments by a Deputy Minister for Public Safety, Deputy Minister Stewart, who said, according to Peter Slowly, that the Ottawa Police Service seems to want to keep a group of extremists and white supremacists to allow them to take over Ottawa, allow them to take over Wellington Street right in front of the Parliament buildings.
Like, of course he did, bro. Like, no shot he wouldn't want that to fucking happen. Because the police are on side of the fucking fascists.
And Peter Slowly really did want to take a moment to take great exception to that, talk about how offensive he found that particular comment, his recollection of it.
Let him cry about it.
You know, Andrew, so much ground to cover, a lot of threads to pull on today. And another interesting moment that has come up has been this discussion about the extent to which the Ottawa Police Service, when Peter Slowly was in charge, was being swayed by public opinion. At one point, they took a moment to look at a service that the police service had hired. We know that they had hired Navigator PR, a crisis communications firm, but also another group called ASI that looked at public sentiment to sort of get a sense of how people were feeling. And Peter Slowly weighed in on some information that was put in front of him after there had been an unsuccessful attempt to shut down a protest in Coutts, Alberta. Some public opinion polling here in Ottawa looking at that. So let's listen to a bit of that exchange.
If you were to take an Alberta-type action, you would get a 10% lift in public opinion from Centertown residents because they're happy you took action. But you would take a 50% hit from residents in other parts of the city who are currently not expressing any concern with the situation. If things went south, like in Alberta, then they would blame the Ottawa police for the misstep. So Why would it matter what the sentiment indicators were for residents unaffected by and unconcerned about the Freedom Convoy?
It really didn't matter to me at this point, to be honest. I'd already had my meeting on February 1st in Canada with the public order commanders. The level of effort that we would have to have, the scale would be, as I said, somewhere between the 700 range to the 1,000 plus range to even begin to contemplate an operation that happened in Coutts. So, I mean, I don't want to say it was too little too late. Whatever modeling was taking place here, it really was immaterial.
Fucking waited for 3 weeks to actually do something.
The situation in here just required a scale that we couldn't contemplate a similar operation.
And this was a bit of a recurring theme today, Andrew, where Peter Sloly was asked about communications advice that he received with the implicit suggestion, it seemed, that he was worried about public opinion or worried about his own reputation. Whenever these suggestions were raised, former police chief Peter Sloly simply said, that's not the case, that's not what I was concerned about. Perhaps this information crossed my desk, but that doesn't mean that it was top of mind.
So let's zero in on a bit of the earlier question by the lawyer for the Ottawa Police Services. You know, he was the chief of the Ottawa Police Services, and it was particularly heated and testy. What did we hear of significance?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one thing to think about in all of this, Andrew, right? This is a commission of public inquiry. It isn't a trial. And yet it did seem, frankly, quite, while always polite, really a sense of combativeness between Mr. Sloly and the lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service. The lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service pulling up page after page of mostly handwritten notes saying, look, you know, this particular person below you suggested in this meeting that you were curt, that you were upset, that you made some angry comments. And Police Chief Sloly saying over and over again, I don't understand where that characterization comes from. That is not how I thought about this particular issue. I'm not quite sure why that would be perceived that way. Let's listen to a little sample.
I testified that the trust factor had taken a hit, but that I had not lost confidence in my two deputies. If I had lost confidence in my two deputies, I would have taken a much more firm and direct course of action.
Okay. And
Sure.
so you lost trust,
Totally.
and that must have been very
I lost
hard.
some level of trust, sir. Thank you.
And that must have been very hard for you.
I think that's hard for anybody, sir.
And again, this was where it was during that couple hours of exchange this morning where this idea that Peter Sloly had, for instance, received a report from that crisis communications firm Navigator that looked at calls for him to resign, some information about his reputation with the suggestion that that is what was preoccupying him. Again, time and time again, we heard from Peter Sloly that was not the case. He was trying to help the citizens of Ottawa. He was concerned about his officers. He says he was not concerned about trying to manage his own reputation or public perception around all of this.
Helpful.
Andrew?
Catherine, thank you. The CBC's Catherine Cullen, host of The House, joining us live.
Do you think we have you scared, Trudeau?
Freedom Convoy 2022 organizer and self-professed internet troll Chris Barber was the first protester to testify at the Emergencies Act inquiry. He says he was protesting vaccine mandates for truckers.
When the COVID vaccine passport came in, made things a little tricky.
Barber told the inquiry he wanted to work with law enforcement and was opposed to honking horns. Those words contradicted by this video.
They've already filed a $4 million civil lawsuit against us for horns.
Would that be an example of you being a troll?
No, that's me being a funny guy.
Barber is facing criminal charges of obstruction and mischief, but insisted he's hardly a lone mastermind behind the protests.
It was a matter of a whole bunch of different groups coming together.
He denied reading a memorandum of understanding promoted by another organizer calling for the federal government's resignation. He also denied knowing about this, brought up by a federal government lawyer.
Were you aware, sir, that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland received a death threat?
I was not, no.
It was sent by email 2 days after the Emergencies Act was invoked, its author declaring war on all the Canadian government for lying about COVID-19, adding Freeland will get a bullet to the head.
I assume you would
Just lock him up. Just lock him up.
Reject this statement and any such action.
Unequivocally, yes.
The inquiry got testier when a lawyer representing downtown businesses and residents confronted another convoy organizer. She said protesters who fought to get fuel to their vehicles were in worse positions than residents who have since launched a class action lawsuit.
Which is more inconvenient?
not having fuel and watch your child freeze to death, or listening to a few horns. I'm sorry that your clients feel that they are entitled to $460 million.
If they have the fucking money to go get on the rise, the fuck would they not have the money to go to like a fucking hotel or some shit? Just doesn't make any sense.
Dollars for horn honking.
So, Rafi, presumably that's just a taste of what's to come tomorrow.
Adrian, already today the commissioner was pointing out to supporters of convoy organizers in the room that they need to be quiet as they were cheering. Now tomorrow we're expecting to hear from Pat King, another key figure in the movement that Barber and others denounced early on. And we're also watching the clock tick on the legal battle for Ontario's Premier and Deputy Premier to not testify. They say they have parliamentary privilege. The Commission's pushing back against that, and the judge is supposed to make their decision in the next 9 days.
All right, we'll be watching. Thanks, Rafi.
The convoy protest outlasted former Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly's career, if only by days. He resigned just before police cleared it out with help from the Emergencies Act. At the inquiry into its use, Slowly is now fighting to save his reputation.
Kind of like he knew the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked or something. Wonder why he resigned that day beforehand.
You were pretty concerned that you would lose your job and be blamed for what had happened.
Absolutely not, sir.
Yes.
In heated testimony, as he was grilled by the lawyer for his former police service, he pushed back against accusations he ignored emails about the dangers the protest posed.
I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Slowly, that once you receive that email, this one here, you at some point decided that you could blame Deputy Chief Bell at the time for not planning for this event.
That is absolutely incorrect, sir, and I really take offense to that notion. Thank you.
He also had to answer to accusations of micromanaging and angry outbursts during the occupation, including one against an Ontario provincial police officer.
And you don't recall saying that you'll cut off Dave Springer's nuts and use them as bookends.
And use them as bookends? No, sir. I don't recall saying that. I don't think I've ever said anything like that.
That's fucking funny. Uh-huh. Totally don't remember that. Really fucking fun.
At the time, the Ottawa Police Service was paying crisis management company Navigator for a communications strategy. The bill, more than $185,000. Slowly also faced questions from the lawyer for the federal government, who again zeroed in on the issue of tow trucks, arguing that the Emergencies Act was necessary to compel tow truck drivers to help move big rigs. Slowly painted a desperate picture.
At one point, there was an attempt to get the Ministry of Transport to assist with the tow truck issue. Do you recall that?
At one point, I think even Commissioner Lucky, I don't think she was flippant about it, but they were looking at Kijiji to find heavy tow trucks in Canada.
So, Rafi, that's it for Slowly on the stand. Tomorrow, though, I gather we're going to hear from some of the protesters. What's your sense of what we can expect?
Some of the protest organizers will be up first, Adrian, and among them are people who are facing criminal charges, including mischief and obstruction. Now, Tuesday, we're also keeping an eye out for the Ontario government's appearance in court as it tries to say Premier Doug Ford and Deputy Premier Sylvia Jones have parliamentary privilege and should not have to testify before the Commission. The Commission says that's overstated.
All right, lots to watch for. Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Thanks, Rafi.
All right. This last article. Some of the main convoy organizers are receiving letters from police officers sympathetic to their protest against anti-restrictions. Their lawyers told the Emergencies Act Wednesday. Wilson convoy organizers, including Ranch and Barbara, testified Wednesday. Public order situation. The federal government decision to emergency powers to clear the crowds. Is that capital for more than 3 weeks in last winter. Steady stream of action in coming from all the different forces and security, CC said. There were numerous times where information would come operations center for police sources that raid was imminent. It happened times. It's told reporters outside of the information service, provincial police, RCMP, Canada's spy agents, Canadian Security Service. People would be curious, not reveal themselves, but concerned what saw happening. Very supportive of the arms government mandates, he said. Said sometimes the leaks were structured too obscure. Someone would have been or got email saying this is what, and then they call someone, say, hey, phone so and so, and said. It allowed the leadership to anticipate how they would respond. Once the organizers memo, Wilson said it concerns services plan to use people to the programs. So we got real time, so we knew Ottawa Police Services would restrict to carry that out because they didn't have support. Said he recalled this the memo as a senior officer, but did not remember the name. Yes, said this investigation. Investigating a small number of two main supporters since days. Election downtown Ottawa face any formal prosecution involvement. That was for donating money. Last week, yes, so Robert Drummond. There were concerns with the service about, but he wasn't aware of the status of the event. aware. Down. Shut it down. Why shouldn't we shut it down? It's on leave since it's previously released to CBC. So servicing could be sympathetic. Restrictions. Potential this for serious insider threats. February 10th, CMP unit dating theologically. Told the commission that former law enforcement officers, ex-military, and CSIS personnel were involved in the logistics of the protest and had access to radios, maps, and aerial photos. Many of these ex-service personnel were contacted and brought to and the interview summary that they were co-op fuel distribution and waste removal, managing the stage and dealing problematic protesters. Wilson said he became involved with his concerns about the federal government's pandemic policies and never imagined it would use force against what he saw as non-violent protesting Canadians. Yeah, violent mind. Mission also heard Wednesday from Tom Mazzetto, one of Wilson's clients and a former military member who joined the convoy once it arrived in Ottawa to assist with logistics. Both Marazzo and Wilson testified that they felt they could stay with the red zone, Parliament Hill, after the Emergencies Act, February 14th, despite police warning to stay away. That any Canadian citizen was no longer allowed to walk in downtown Ottawa or hold signs in front of their parliament. It's not legally accurate and was against the Charter of Rights. Wilson testified on this day. Marazzo said shown a February 17th notice from Ottawa police warning protesters face legal consequences for entering the red zone. It didn't feel credible. If it's so important to them, I would have thought that any one of those police and officers have walked up and handed it to me and explained it to me with a puppet show or a box of crayons so that I could understand it, he said. So, he just admitted that he's an idiot. That was never the case. It's just posted on a wall. Yeah, it's totally not like protesters read shit that's on the wall. I did misspeak. He said on Wednesday, we wanted no part of being government. Marazzo tried to distance himself from the comments he made about protests about participating in a coalition of opposition parties of the Governor General. I did misspeak, he said on Wednesday. Part of government. Marazzo said he made no effort to contact media outlets that reported his comments. Unsurprising. Both men were defensive about the makeup of the protest, arguing their contingents was peacefully protesting and that they weren't aligned with any more nefarious elements. Wilson told the commission Wednesday that multiple groups attached themselves to the self-described freedom movement, including those who supported those who wanted to take over and those who wanted a piece of the millions of dollars raised by organizers. He said some strange groups, including a coven of witches, were attached to the movement. Like moths to a flame. Bro, what are we in? Like the fucking 700s? Of just fucking say it's witches. Shit like that. It's a peaceful protest where there are some people in the large crowd of 500 or 8,000 or 10,000 people, as there were on the weekends, that engaged in criminality. That's called normal, said Wilson. What? That's not normal. It's funny because, like, when there is actually, like, peaceful protests, there generally isn't too much fucking crime. Unless you're referring to, like, I don't know, the fucking robbing that people do. Generally speaking, protesters will stop. Say the inquiry heard other participants had concerns about Pat King's involvement after he posted a video suggesting violence against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Marazzo said he once compared King to a hand grenade going off and called him a wild card. King is facing charges for perjury, obstruction of justice, mischief, and intimidation for his role in protest and was placed on bail in July. He's also scheduled to testify on Wednesday. During cross-examination, Marazzo was shown about A4 video of himself on stage during an event where he gestures to Jeremy Mackenzie, a founder of the controversial Dialogon. In acknowledgement, the crowd gave Mackenzie a round of applause. Members of Dialogon have been tied to the convoy protest, and two Dialogon patches were found on a body armor seized during the execution of the RCMP's search warrants. Alberta. Mackenzie and his followers have scoffed at the suggestion that their group is some sort of American-style militia organization. They claim they're simply trolling gullible media outlets. Yeah, totally. That's why your shit was found there, right? That's why, you know, the big bad boogeyman of Antifa was, had no fucking connections to this fucking freedom convoy. RCMP confirmed it's looking a threat McKenna. Raping conservative leader Polio's wife. Just no. Okay. I have seen Jeremy say things I don't like, and seen Jeremy say things that I thought were brilliant, said Arezzo on Wednesday. Saskatchewan arrested McKenna. Canada-wide warrant in September of assault, pointing a firearm. He is scheduled to testify on Friday via video conference. Okay. Well, that's interesting. We'll move on to the Twitter shit on Friday or Saturday. Sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm getting tired. See everyone later.